shy of the finish, and Austin Hill is the winner.
Winning at Watkins Glen and Knoxville was big for our
What up,
team.
sexy
Before that,
people?
we had won on mile-and-a-halves, and that was all.
What up, sexy humans?
Had done. Now, fast forward to after these 2 wins in a row.
Kyle isn't racing tonight. I can
us
take
winning
this
all these
off.
different types of racetracks. Now I feel like we can go to these half-mile racetracks and we can win at them. So.
How's it going?
It does build that confidence a lot going into the playoffs, knowing that we can get the job done.
If I can prove that I never touched my balls, you promise not to tell others saw what you saw.
Nervous or really just kind of.
No one else was in the room where it happened.
You know, I've always just felt very laid back when I go to the racetrack. I think that's kind of one of the reasons why when the playoffs come around, it doesn't really affect me a whole lot. I'm just laid back, and I think that kind of just helps with my driving.
Going from bad to worse for Austin Hill.
That is a tough break right now.
Oh, what a heartbreaker for that group. The regular season champ, and they believed they were championship contenders.
Going into Martinsville, we thought that we had a pretty good cushion. We thought that all we had to do was finish decent, and next thing you know, the engine expires. So, you know, it was just kind of one of those things that things happen, and you look back on at what you could have done differently. But I just think it kind of built character. Obviously, we were frustrated and everything else, but still kept that same energy, that same confidence and momentum going into 2021. That this year's kind of redemption year. It felt like 2019 and 2020 we should have been in the Final Four. So this year's our redemption year. We got to go out there, we got to get it done, and be that guy that's in that Final Four. I can definitely sit here and say to you, I feel like we're the team to beat. I feel like we can go head to head with anybody. And I think that we're going to be.
If I can prove that I never touched my balls.
You know, once we get there, anything can happen. But I think I like our chances. I think it's going to be good for us this season. As a little kid growing up, when you're 4 or 5 years old and you're wanting to be a race car driver, you dream of getting to NASCAR and you dream of winning championships. And just for me personally and my family and all the sacrifices and everything we've done to get to where we're at, it would mean so much that you can't even put it into words. All you want to do is win championships, you want to win races and do all that. So getting a championship just kind of solidifies me.
Winning a champion certainly solidifies you in this series. And we all have
If I can prove that I never touched my balls, you promise not to tell others saw what you saw.
I don't think it's a disadvantage. We heard Austin talk. He doesn't think they're at a disadvantage. You know, I think the one big part of being a multi-truck team, the advantage is after practice, that you get the drivers together, you get the crew chiefs together, engineers, and they discuss things and they try to come up with a plan to make the trucks better. Well, guess what? We don't have practice anymore. So that advantage is gone. So now the only advantage they could have would be manufacturer support. Well, guess what? These guys get manufacturer support. They get, drivers are getting sim time, crew chiefs are getting the tire data, and along with a lot of other help from them. So I think that disadvantage is not there anymore.
What do you think?
I mean, unbelievably, I totally agree with that. Maybe the first time ever. And remember, Austin Hill has momentum too, obviously after winning the last 2 races. And the one time in the last several years that a single truck team was able to win the championship, it was the same team that Austin's with right now, almost exactly the same people when Brett Moffitt won back in 2018. So I don't think there's anything going to stand in the way of this team getting to that championship. For we all picked him, and he certainly has.
I knew it. I knew it. I called it. I was like, he's definitely gonna join. When Val just texted me and he was like, I can't join. It's almost 2 a.m. where I'm at. And I was like, I know you'll join anyway. And here he is!
Get ready for some big game energy this fall right here on Fox. Can't wait for that. And we're getting closer to...
Dude, it's going to be a fun race, though.
It's the first race of the playoffs for the NASCAR Camping World.
It's the first race of the playoffs. I didn't even know that. That's kind of fucking where I'm at. I just don't even know.
Hit the gas, pump the brakes when we return. Stay with us right here on FX.
You're just saying you won't be here long. I can't. You'll come back. You're gonna miss what? You don't gotta work in the morning, do you? I do. I don't give a fuck.
Verizon launched the first 5G network, and now we want to be the first to give everyone the joy of 5G by giving every customer a new 5G phone. Old customers, new customers, families, businesses, every customer. From these bakers to these bakers. Well, you know, new 5G phones when you trade in your old ones. Cracked, busted, sticky buttons and all. Thank you. Upgrade your phone, upgrade your network.
It's my home track, y'all. It's my home track. You know, in the next 30 minutes, I will crash and forget about this stream. You will never forget about me.
Oh, no. I think they look
Or
good.
Sheena, or Rafi. You can't forget about Sheena or Rafi. If I can prove that I never touched my balls, then you promise not to tell another saw what you saw.
I just need to break them in a little bit.
No one else was in the room where it happened.
There's Progressive with 24/7 roadside assistance.
Okay. Take him over these home.
Excellent choice. We found the right model. Now what will make you feel comfortable?
The next 30 minutes, that's when the race starts.
No one made me feel more comfortable than my kindergarten teacher, Miss Jane.
The race starts at 9:10.
This one is special. And
Like
this
19
one is
minutes
also
away.
Special.
What's really special is saying, show me the
My night crashes happen from 2 a.m.
price based on the vehicle's accident history.
My night crashes happen whenever I smoke weed. I can't sleep without it. Besides last night, see, this is something that happens that's really weird to me. So for whatever reason, whenever I fall asleep within like 2 to 3 hours of when I have to wake up, it's like I just have a lot of weird dreams. I don't know why. It only specifically happens when I fall asleep like 3 hours or less, like before I have to wake up. Like last night, I fell asleep an hour before I had to wake up, and it's kind of like my body knew that like I had to wake up soon. So it just like forced me to have weird dreams. I don't know how to describe it.
Wait, was this the right one?
For last-minute gift shopping, Rashida?
I'm putting a bow on it.
Even your internet says to
We can
sleep.
Pay for a vacay, Rashida?
I've earned this, okay?
From home improvement, drugstores.
If I can prove that I never touch my balls.
That automatically adjusts to your top eligible spend category, up to $500 spent each billing cycle.
The Kentucky Fried Chicken Sandwich with Brioche buns, mayo, pickles, and a quarter-pound.
I don't know if I'll be streaming the race tomorrow. The race tomorrow's at 3:30.
Get the Kentucky Fried Chicken
I get off
Sandwich
at
for
5.
It's finger licking good.
They might let me go early, but either way, I'll probably be streaming like a part of it, you know? Because the race starts at 3:30, it'll actually start at like 3:45. I get off at 5. It's only like an hour and 15 minutes of racing.
Welcome back to race day. Getting a look
I'll
at
come
the
home, stream
three-time
what's left of the
champion
race.
And he'll be a threat for sure in the playoffs, right?
In 2019, Caitlin, nobody gave him any chance of winning the championship. He didn't win any races, and
Yeah.
he goes to Phoenix and he wins the championship.
You have no
You gotta
dreams?
help This guy out.
Yeah, he was not too happy with us after that.
Dreams are weird. I kind of like having bad dreams. It's weird. I like having bad dreams. A, because it's just like, it's kind of a rush. It's kind of like a thrill. It's like a...
There's host of Iron Carson has
And
won with a
then
very
B, it's just like you wake up relieved to find out that it's not real. I don't like having good dreams because then it's like an unfortunate when I wake up and find out that it's like, you know.
At this time, we ask that you please rise and remove your hats as the Fort Campbell Honor Guard presents our nation's colors. Please bow your heads as Major Shel Steinsland, General Secretary and St. Louis Regional Commander of the Salvation Army, offers today's invocation.
Dear Heavenly Father, we thank you for this day that we can be here to enjoy the blessings of this country. Father, we lift up the drivers and their crews. We ask that you keep them safe and may they all finish well. Bless us now, for asking in your name. Amen.
And now, here to perform our national anthem, please welcome local performer Laura Lebanon.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the
I was really trying not to say it during the national anthem because I don't like to interrupt the national anthem. But that bitch was chewing gum while singing the national anthem, and she totally fucking sucked. Your brain thinks too much to dream. It seems like that'd be the opposite. It seems like if your brain thinks too much, then you would dream. But hey, I ain't judging.
Nearly not in my top 5, but what a great championship, top 4, what a great championship run he had last year. He's going to be a contender. The 2 racetracks that he won at last year weren't on the schedule this year.
That's right. Well, let's go ahead and take a look at the starting grid, where these competitors are going to roll off for the race today.
If I can prove that I never touch my balls.
What else catches your eye, Phil, from this week?
Again, Zane Smith, we're just talking about him. I think he's going to be a contender from here on out. Again, the 2 tracks, Todd, that he won on last year, Dover, Michigan, aren't on this year's schedule, but he's been really solid, really consistent.
I like Carson Hocevar. You know, this kid's a laid-back, easy-going kid. That's the right attitude when you're in the playoffs. Don't let it get you down.
Okay, so 2 drivers to keep an eye on there. Now it's time for a little hit the gas or pump the brakes. I make a statement, and the 2 of you weigh in on hit the gas, pump the brakes. First one being Sheldon Creed. He wins back-to-back races at Gateway. Todd, what say you?
I'm going to say let's pump the brakes a little bit. You know, Sheldon's been pretty good here lately, but speed hasn't been consistent.
Okay.
No one else was in the room where it happened.
About the fact he won here last year. He won here in an ARCA car his championship year. He's got some momentum.
The Little League World Series is on, but NASCAR is more important. I definitely agree. Who cares about fucking little kids playing baseball?
We have a lead change in the last 10
The parents, that's who.
I don't think so. Let's pump the brakes again. I think, you know, typically here in St. Louis, if a guy gets hooked up at the end of the race, he's usually out front and hard to beat. It's hard to pass at this track, so I don't think that we're going to see that.
What do you think?
Well, I'm going to hit the gas. Because, Todd, you're right. The last 2 years, we've not had a lead change in the last 10 laps. But the 5 years before that, we did. Okay. I think we're going to go back like we were for those 5 years. We're going to have a lead change in the last 10 laps.
It's going to be interesting. I'm curious.
Check on the Astros. How them Astros doing?
Don't think so. These guys
Fuck Correa.
Understand how to
Fuck
get
Altuve.
Hit the gas. Hit the gas.
But other than that, I don't mind that team.
Hit the gas for everything. Yeah.
They're 6-0 in the third against the Mariners. So they're going to win.
Which brings me to our race picks. Who will be victorious at the end of the day? And Phil, you get to go first.
The cheaters are winning.
Sheldon Creed.
Well, they're not cheating anymore, at least I think.
I still think he's going to go back to back with all he's been able to do this season, and not really had the best of seasons, but he's had speed, and I think he's going to be really good here today.
Okay.
If I can prove that I never touch my balls.
John Hunter's going to get his 6th win of the year. I talked about how good KBN was here. He's won here. They're on a roll. They're good. He's going to get another one.
Well, you can't argue against those 2 picks. 2 very solid ones indeed. But mine is going to be Todd Gillen. What do you guys think about that?
Great pick.
Well, who did you think I was going to pick?
Johnny Sauter.
I figured Sauter for sure, but you know, he always picked Johnny.
Yeah. I mean, we love Johnny Sauter, but you always
We
pick.
do. Hey, you never know. Maybe he'll sneak through and get a win. All right, for Todd, Phil, myself, that does it for us here on race day. We're racing out of Gateway.
You like the funny Astros guy? Who is that?
They're upon us, and it's going to be exciting. Race coverage starts now.
All right, we're going racing soon.
2021. You guessed it. Best season ever.
Did we get the command yet? I haven't been paying attention.
You haven't seen anything yet, because now.
What up, Jaden?
And there's not a lot of.
What up, Austin?
And buckle in. 10 drivers.
It's a good old night for a race.
One place in history. And it all starts.
We haven't had a night race in so long.
FS1.
We haven't had a night race since the Coke 600. Well, the All-Star race, but that sucked.
You do now. We waited with anticipation. Now it is.
And that wasn't even really a night race. That was more of a dusk race.
It's the NASCAR Camping World Truck Series, presented by Blue Emu. Well, peaking at the right time is critical, and Austin Hill brings a 2-race win streak into the playoffs. It's been more than a decade since a series regular has won 3 straight races. Hill hopes to change that tonight. Opportunity presents itself in many forms. The youngest driver is 18-year-old Carson Hocevar.
Who do you have winning tonight?
Rookies. This Michigander
Is it the obvious answer? Or is it a different answer?
Maybe you prefer to lean toward the experienced driver that run with 45-year-old Matt Crafton. Nearly 500 starts and 3 championships. You're making a mistake.
Oh, Granky? Yeah, he's fucking hilarious.
But when it comes to favorites, the stats tell us there's a
He's like
clear choice.
awesome.
Yes, John Hunter Nemechek has been dominant at times, but he's been around long enough to know he's got to earn it.
He was like the only player who enjoyed not having fans.
The real work begins now. Yes, the opening.
You have Austin Hill? Oh. I have Sheldon Creed winning.
Clear skies, 82 degrees. Great night to go racing.
I didn't pick the obvious answer.
Race fans, on behalf of Toyota and all the St. Louis Toyota dealers, it's time for the most famous words in all of motorsports. Here to give the command for tonight's race, please welcome the president of Bomarito Toyota, John Bomarito. On behalf of the St. Louis Toyota dealers, I want to personally welcome you to fabulous Worldwide Technology Raceway for the NASCAR Series Camping World Toyota 200. Let's go places. Drivers, start your engines!
So, NASCAR 21 pre-orders still aren't out on the PlayStation Store or in retail stores. Jade, you got 3 months. 2 months to pre-order it. You'll be fine. Are there even pre-order bonuses?
Driving for a championship. You've got young, you've got older.
You gotta realize, Jaden, there is a labor shortage everywhere, in every aspect of the world. So, like, it takes longer for shit like that to, like, there's a truck driver shortage that are delivering the games to the stores. So, labor shortages everywhere. Why did my TV just mute? Because of the labor shortage? My TV muted. Why is my TV being weird? Sheena. Hi, Sheena the dog. Oh, hello. Hello. If I can prove that I never touch my balls. Oh, there are links. Hold up.
2 wins in a row coming into the playoffs for Austin Hill. This team is on quite the row. He wants a championship worse than anyone in this field. He thinks he deserves it. His team is strong and they're ready to roll. But don't count out Sheldon Creed. You talked about having that championship, having that trophy in your living room. You don't want to let it get away from you. Creed's got the ability to go out and post big numbers. He can win races. He's proven that. He's had a tough run the last 7 races, but poised during this championship to make it a championship for his team. And you know, Jamie Howe, there's so many great stories up and down pit road. Not only are championship contenders, but just throughout the whole field.
There really are, Michael, and you guys have talked about Matt Crafton being the oldest playoff contender at 45 years old, but he's also the most experienced. This is his 6th playoff appearance, and as a 3-time champion, he knows how to get it done. He also knows what they have. He says,
yeah, that's dumb. That OnlyFans is taking away like pornographic content in October. I don't use OnlyFans. I don't watch OnlyFans. I don't look at OnlyFans. But people make their money that way, and to take away that huge opportunity is kind of unfair.
This race team over the past 6 races, so much strength, so much speed.
3
top 6 performances, including a runner-up finish at Knoxville a couple of weeks ago. A little bit of struggles getting into the playoffs at Watkins Glen.
Hello. Hello, doggy. Hello, doggy. Oh, hi. Hi, doggy. Hi.
Including tonight, where he finished 4th here 2 years ago and had a very strong run last year. This team's playing with house money. They got nothing to lose right now.
Who is a good dog? Oh, doggy.
And that always makes it fun when you feel like you've got nothing to lose, get out there and let it roll.
Oh, dog.
It's the playoffs. The NASCAR Camping World Truck Series. It begins tonight.
Doggy. Why are you continuing to lick my arm?
And Doug.
Oh, are you using Liberty Mutual's coverage customizer tool? Sorry.
This
Well,
is
since
quite
you asked,
weird, Sheena the
besides
dog.
discounts and policy recommendations, so you only pay for what you need. Leo, you're an animal. Who's got the bird legs now?
Only pay for what you need.
Can I get a hamburger? Make it plain. Small fries and a vanilla shake. And one
Ah.
snack. Thanks.
You've been loyal. We want to go Introducing $9 rewards. Now every order earns points redeemable for free McDonald's.
At PNC Bank, we believe in the power of the watch out. That's why we created low cash mode, the financial watch out that gives you the option
You're being weird.
time needed to help you avoid an overdraft fee. It's one way we're making a difference. Low cash mode on virtual wallet from PNC Bank.
Charlie, aka Moist Critical. Oh, I love that guy. Has a hidden OnlyFans account to see if foot fetishes are on there.
Why not do it?
And his plan to has been cut by what? I know that there was an epic foot battle with him and H3.
The only thing bigger than the action would be the experience of seeing it live. And that might just be too tough to take. Get your tickets now at darlingtonraceway.com.
Oh, and that video that you sent in the chat, the profile picture of Eugene was H3. It was Ethan Klein.
Enter, but only one will claim the ultimate prize. This is the chance to make a name and exit in silver next to the greatest. This will be the hardest test of them all. The FedEx Cup playoffs start here at the Northern Trust.
Doggy friend, come back. You don't have to leave me now. You were just starting to get along. Sheena, don't. I know you can hear me. Sheena.
Great to be back in the St. Louis area. NASCAR Camping World Truck Series Racing brought to you by Blue Emu. And this is the playoff opener from Worldwide Technology Raceway. And a pretty cool racetrack, Michael.
Oh, I love this racetrack, Vince. And I love Blue Emu, too. You don't stink. This place is 3/4 of a mile. You got a 1 mile and a
Winval, who you got winning tonight? And Jaden, who you got winning tonight?
Go to 3 and 4. It's flatter, but Kurt, it's a very sweeping corner. A lot of speed down the front straightaway. What a fun racetrack to get.
I love that opening in the track. I just think it's so funny. On the backstretch at Gateway. I have a feeling it's going to be an interesting race. Me too. I have a feeling it's going to be similar to Darlington, which that was a fun race.
2020 Sheldon Creed was the guy that got it done.
And modified pit stops for this one tonight, too, by the way, as we take a look at our Camping World starting lineup with Austin.
It's the first truck race I've watched since Pocono. I was working during Knoxville and during Watkins Glen, so.
Those were the two favorites to win the championship, but Gilliland and Creed might have something to say about it, or Smith and Hocevar. It's just right on down the line.
You decided to see if foot fetish people were on OnlyFans by making a hidden account trying to see if foot fetish models have succeeded on there.
Sheldon Creed's a great example of a championship guy.
It's kind of funny.
Last year, Stuart Friesen.
I think he might actually have a serious foot fetish, though. You think John Hunter Nemechek's gonna win? That's not a bad choice. I got my man, the fatty, the fat man, Sheldon Creed. What does P mean on this?
The first winner.
Oh, playoffs. Okay.
Great to have this terrific field of 38 getting ready to line up two abreast and get this thing started here in our playoff.
Kevin Harvick fan, who you got winning tonight?
NASCAR Camping World Truck Series season. Remember 3 races.
You know, Kevin Harvick fan, I think you're cool, but I hate Kevin Harvick. But we can still be friends.
Check in again with Regan.
Well, Vince, you mentioned that there's a number of other drivers out here that still have a lot to be racing for tonight. One of those, Haley Deegan, told me earlier her goal for the last 7 races, even though they're not in the playoffs, is to go out there and get that first.
All right, we're getting ready to go green here. I was born about 20 minutes from where this track is.
She has not done is be aggressive enough during these races. Look for her to get very aggressive as this race goes on tonight. Jamie?
Regan, another driver missing from the playoffs with a chance to turn their season around is Johnny Sauter. Now this season it consisted of 2 top 5s and 4 top 10s, but also 3 DNFs. And for ThorSport, that just wasn't good enough. Clearly, the performance has been lacking and a change had to be made. So for the first time since 2016, Johnny Sauter is racing with a new crew chief and Brad Hagley. Joe Shear Jr. moves over to the number 66 with Ty Majeski. And while Sauter wasn't asked about this decision and he just found out late this week, he does recognize that at now 43 years old, he's closer to
Gotta say, either Carson Hocevar or John Nemechek. I would love to see Carson Hocevar. But there a chance of an upset winner? I'd love to see an upset winner too. If Ben Rhodes wins this race, I'll fucking shoot myself.
Chandler Smith, he's right. One of our onboard cameras. You can see him working the wheel inside that truck, getting ready to go racing. I think Chandler, I agree with him. This team's one of the most.
I'd love to see Sheldon Creed win. He's my favorite. Because I'm fat and he's fat. So me and Sheldon Creed have a common enemy: vegetables. That's funny.
Points champion, new regular season champion. You see with those playoff points, already gives him a nice, comfortable cushion to begin round 1, all the way down through Stuart Friesen and Chandler Smith. Those are our 10 championship hopefuls. John Hunter Nemechek in that Ford truck will start on the inside, and Austin Hill, winner of 2 in a row, trying to be the first series regular in more than a
Charlie made an OnlyFans for the experiment I mentioned. I feel like it's more of an experiment. I think he's probably getting something out of it. Green flag.
Love it. John Hunter Nemechek just blitzed down into turn 1 and blew the line way wide. And it opens up the door for Hill. I mean, that's just how much intensity all these guys have brought to the playoffs. It's time, and it's now.
Sheldon Creed at orange number 2, challenging Nemechek for second. As you mentioned, Kurt, Nemechek drove it down in there and then had to save for going through the wall. How about this? 3 wide. Crafton down to the bottom of the 88. Chandler Smith and Christian Eckes with him. Wow, what action we saw in this first lap. Crafton almost spun out on turn 2, gathered that truck up and charged forward. This truck is really tricky, Kurt. We talked about the 2 different ends as far as making and the radius of the turn. You can have a truck that's working good at 1 and 2, get down to 3 and 4, and it'll go away.
Absolutely. This is a track very similar to Phoenix, except it's a little bit bigger with the straightaway length. And then you have these flat corners with the curving on the inside, similar to a road course. But the key thing to any racetrack right now with these tires is when the track sits all day, the track is super slick. Like Creed down to the bottom.
You said he hadn't got a single person on his page to subscribe.
Picking up 3rd spot. There's some guys that
That's funny.
early when the track is slick, and that's going to pay dividends, especially with the pit strategy calls being locked in. What about the battle for the lead?
Sheldon Creed going to the front.
Yeah, bitch. What I tell you.
Austin Hill for the top spot.
What I tell you. He's already to the lead.
How about those first few laps?
Sheldon Creed won here last year, so.
Awesome. That's what I love about the playoffs and seeing these guys all out right now.
You're gonna leave after lap 30? Why, sir?
Early in the races because he's putting down those hard laps. But
And why is this cautions thing
the
weird?
track to be there at the end. But man, this guy has set the tone right now early on.
99 is Ben Rhodes, another one of our playoff contenders, battling there with Nemechek.
What about Nemechek early?
I don't know why it says the caution. Are they predicting the future?
The Ford truck, he's falling straight back. That's surprising. Yeah, he's dropping back big.
Comedy Lounge in the building. What's up, Comedy Lounge? Making Knights Comedy Lounge. Oh shit. They're trying to kill each other out here.
Crafton's looking to make a move and capitalize on those guys.
Someone was on pit road before the start. I would assume that was Jennifer Jo Cobb. Is she even in the race? Wait, let me see. Yeah, it was Jennifer Jo Cobb. Yeah, you're right. She's 3 laps down, and there's 3 laps.
Very often. Yeah, he does seem a little squirmy in the chair. Nemechek has not settled in just yet. He slipped back all the way to 10th right now. Look at Stuart Priest, and he put the bumper right next to the board.
See?
Here comes Eckes on the inside.
Wait, bam.
Could cut that left rear tire down.
Can you hold my hand and stay a while?
I'd be a little bit concerned right now about that team. See the brakes on the front heating up pretty good too. Just isn't handling like I think he expected early.
Because you may fall asleep anytime.
Basically all year.
You ever drank Monster or Rowdy Energy? Bro, I ain't tired in the slightest.
It takes like 6 to 9 laps at flat tracks to really get the tires heated up.
In the past 21 hours, I've had 1 hour of sleep. No, I've had 50 minutes of sleep. And I'm fucking good.
Chandler Smith shifting her, you'd have to think maybe the majority of the field's trying that. Battery, a huge checkup off of turn 2. You really don't shift off of 4, but you'll shift off turn 2 because turns 1 and 2.
You're not good at staying on until 4. Man, I wish I could sleep easy.
Call that exactly, Michael. Yellowish brown, spicy mustard. You like that?
Spicy mustard. I like that. I like spicy mustard better than brown mustard.
Now, you want to keep your name in that color or the green color? Avoid the red color in the coming weeks.
Wow, what great competition! I think it's because when we talked about the Camping World track description, the differing ends, that brings more guys closer together, I think, because you're not going to hit it perfectly. Regan, what are they saying with this sport? Surprising early that he's falling back.
Wait, Ben.
He just now finally came on the radio and said extremely loose with that race truck.
John Nemechek's not having a good start to the race, Winval.
As well as when he's in the middle of the corner, so some big adjustments potentially needed for this board truck. Jamie?
Race leader Sheldon Creed, it's a brand new truck for him tonight. His crew chief Jeff Stanko was telling me he has some new bells and whistles on it, particularly with the Arrow. That was something that they struggled with in the early stages of this season, just trying to keep up with the Toyotas. They thought that they were just missing it on the setup, but after diving further into it, they realized they needed to do something.
You drank Monster, but my brain said heart pumps. Yeah, 3 times faster. Plus, that shit can make it crash.
He's already led twice that here tonight. Sheldon Creed out front, looking to defend that championship. Wants another one of these title trophies.
There's an America we build and one we explore. One that's been paved and one that's forever wild. But freedom means you don't have to choose just one adventure.
I'm impressed that you're actually just still up at 2 a.m.
You get both.
The fact that you're still awake is impressive.
Jeep Grand Cherokee L. Jeep, there's only one.
I've drank one Monster and it was the clear bottle one. They have clear Monster.
Rinvoq, a once-daily
That's
pill,
interesting.
can dramatically improve symptoms. Rinvoq helps tame pain, stiffness, swelling, and for some, Rinvoq can even significantly reduce RA fatigue. That's Rinvoq relief. With RA, your overactive immune system attacks your joints. Rinvoq regulates.
Oh my god, I gotta text my friend something real quick.
Rinvoq can lower your ability to fight infections, including tuberculosis. Serious infections
Oh my god.
sometimes fatal have occurred, as have certain cancers, including lymphoma, and tears in the stomach or intestines, and changes in lab results. Your doctor should monitor your blood work. Tell your doctor about any infections, and if you are or may become pregnant while taking Rinvoq.
Take on RA. Talk to your rheumatologist about Rinvoq relief. Rinvoq. Make it your mission. If you can't afford
What lap is it? Because I can't see the leaderboard of my 240p internet quality. It's a lap 11.
Okay, Sabrina, I see you. Where do you want this at, Chris?
And there is no competition caution this evening.
Yeah, sure is.
Jake from State Farm?
They not send you all the scripts.
No.
Chris smiles and says, "Wow, love, State Farm's surprisingly great race." Then suddenly his body turns into a basketball. Come on, this stuff is...
Chris?
Like a good neighbor.
State Farm is there.
I wish Tuesdays were easier.
Band practice, soccer, whatever that is Nathan is working on. Nobody has time to cook, but the big dinner box from
See?
is the answer.
Where
2
we
pizzas,
been?
beans, breadsticks. It's the easy way to feed the whole family in one box.
Can you hold my hand and stay a while?
You hear me, Gary? This saves time. You left that girl tap. You left that girl tap. The big dinner box.
Sheena, doggy.
No one needs the hut.
Back for the NASCAR Camping World.
Does anyone remember that time I was streaming NASCAR Heat 5? And I went to do a drug deal and smoke with my friend. And I accidentally left the stream on the entire time. It was like an hour and a half. And then I came back and then I just streamed for another like hour.
Bring him to pit road, and you see pushing him back behind.
That was funny.
Look at this mess, Vince. This has been an intense battle. Stuart Friesen and Matt Crafton, both faster than the 99 of Ben Rhodes right now, but neither one of them are able to get by Rhodes. And look at the backup. You see Abrams joined this as well. They have been going at it.
Always challenging when you're battling a teammate. You obviously, especially playoff teammates, you want to run them hard because that's your job. But at the same time, the last thing you want to do is collect a teammate.
But Kurt, you know, you've raced here before, how difficult it is to run one of these trucks.
Monster Energy Hydro Thunder Blue version.
Fast enough to where Arrow has a big deal to do with how you get through the corners. You drive on the inside, the truck wants to get really loose.
And that, I was just watching Todd Gilliland down into turn 1 underneath Austin Hill. It almost looked like a road course braking maneuver where he just pulled to the left and tried to outbrake him. This track has so many unique characteristics to it, with the tight turn 1 and 2, the big openness of 3 and 4, long straightaways, downshifting into this end. There's a lot going on this simple, small little oval.
Yeah, and technically it's not a short track, but it
This
has
shit.
track characteristics to it.
For me, I've always ranked like flat 1 mile tracks as short tracks. Dover is questionable, you know, with it being a mile.
Red Sox kicking ass. I love it.
This, to me, is a short track. And you've got those long straightaways that blend in a little bit of that braking.
I was watching earlier,
You know
but
what? You know when you notice as a super speed.
then NASCAR came on.
You are hauling the mail 150, 60 miles an hour down in the corner. And you can see Gillen's trying to work the bottom on the 16 truck of Austin Hill. Can't quite get it done. Obviously, he's faster than Hill right now. But this just tells you how difficult passing is.
That, the Arrow comes into play, and then down in 1 and 2, the truck is...
Why is the camera quality so bad
looser
at Gateway right now?
Austin Hill's like, yeah,
Maybe it's just my TV. Yeah, I think it's just my TV. I don't know if it's my TV.
Here in the high groove. You know what I love, though? What Gillen was doing there. He took a step back, tried to run the high side, look at it. Nice run off turn 4 and closed right back in. Seeing if there's another groove up top that he could use, but at the bottom...
You thought Monster Energy made a soda?
Nice crossover. Nice and easy into 1.
Isn't it pretty much just soda?
Side by side down the back straightaway, and he's going to have to push around in there, but then hold the bottom. Make sure Austin Hill doesn't squeak back underneath him. There you go.
I don't know. Energy drinks pretty much just soda.
At this racetrack.
Todd Gilliland with the second best average finish this season. Carson Hocevar, one of the rookies in the playoffs. How's he rolling, Jamie?
You know what I just thought about? I've never actually seen what Monster looks like. I don't even know what it looks like. I just know what it tastes like. Here, I have a Monster. I'm gonna go see what Monster looks like. I'm gonna pour it into a glass. I gotta go get a glass. But we're gonna find out what Monster looks like.
Rolled off the truck with a good truck because you don't get many pit stops.
I'll be back.
Compared to a cup car where you get a number of pit stops throughout the course of the race to work on it. You've got to be close when you roll off that hauler in the truck series.
Yeah, if the truck's bottoming out, that means the front end is set too low and the front splitter's dragging most likely. And that happens a ton on lower air pressure. It goes away a little bit, but man, it sounds like they're dragging way too much and they have to nurse it now. You know, the biggest thing a driver can do is just take it easy into turn 1 and into turn 3 and not set it on the split.
splitter is hard.
How about that 66 of Ty Majeski up there running 10th? Trying to pass Nemechek and getting the job done for 9th. He started 25th. Majeski on the move for that ThorSport cam.
What I think is interesting, Vince, sometimes when you're loose, when the race first started, like we heard about Nemechek, that'll get better as you get your tires heated up. You get a little bit of pressure in that right front, you can start to make better ground. But we haven't seen that be the case for John Hunter. He continues to fall back.
A lot of the times, though, you're setting up for the latter part
All right.
of the race when the track's really rubbered in. And, man, they just might have missed the combo a little bit. Right now, Creed is doing his thing up front. His truck looks pretty solid the way he's carving some lap times right now.
Just over 30 to go here in round 1. Stage 1. This looks
The ultimate monster reveal. Yep. You got this on video too.
The taste, the smell, it's winning.
So I was in the stream and it occurred to me that I've never actually seen what Monster Energy looks like. I just know that it tastes good. I don't even know what it looks like. So I have a glass and a Monster. And we're gonna find out.
As champion, I am the NASCAR Camping World Truck Series playoffs. I am NASCAR.
Oh, what the fuck? Look at this shit. There's a caution. Look at this shit. Look at that. It's like piss. Ah, it's hilarious. I wonder what the main one looks like. Look at this shit.
Shop at the all-new Carfax.com.
What's the caution for?
Egg McMuffin sandwich things.
Night or the next morning, you can load. My McDonald's Rewards is for you. Now every order earns points redeemable for free McDonald's.
To be a legend, you have to be a legend.
Can we go back from commercial yet? I don't know why there's a caution and no one's tweeting about it. Monster Energy brand piss. It's a pretty good piss.
Problems for one of our playoff teams. Chandler Smith and then 18 group. A lot of smoke coming out the back end. And I think it blew up, but now we were taking a look at it.
Riding on board, Vince, and you could see the smoke starts to billow out the back, but we didn't hear anything amiss under the hood. The engine sounded clean, Kurt, so probably an oil line of some sort, transmission rear end.
Yeah, and he reported that all the gauges look fine. I'm puzzled by this one. Let's send it on down to Regan. You got some info for us?
Well, guys, he did mention all the gauges were fine on this truck. He had oil pressure, everything looked good. The team just yelled back across the wall and said,
Why is Monster yellow?
This race truck. So basically where the regular tire connects to, they've got an issue with that hub. And you see he's going to have to go behind the wall. A tough break for this 18 team that had a lot of confidence coming into the playoffs.
Boy, you got that right, especially
Chandler
here.
Smith.
He had a really good run going here last year.
Chandler Smith sucks. Why is he in the playoffs? Like, seriously. Why the hell is Chandler Smith in the playoffs? That makes no sense.
And that confidence coming back this season. So it was heartbreaking.
That's not Monster, that's Aaron.
Established motorsports kid for Chandler Smith.
Yeah, I talked before the race, I felt like he was my favorite.
You know, there's a channel called Jimbo Racing. He posts some crashes in the last laps of races. Is it like Hendrick Fan 9 or Chase Fan 9, or whatever the fuck his name is?
Here at Worldwide Technology Raceway, and then we'll go to Darlington in a couple of weeks and round one wraps up at Bristol. How about those trio of racing? 2 drivers will be eliminated after the Bristol race, and we'll take 8 drivers into the second round of the playoffs. So you've got 3 pretty unique racetracks to get your work done.
How about that? What a mix. These guys better be versatile, and they better be on top of their game, and this setback for Chandler certainly makes the next 2 even that much more important. He was already in a playoff bind.
Look at Zane.
But, another guy that I think is running well, Jamie, is the 21. Zane Smith looking good early.
He is, and they've just told him, Bono Mannion, his crew chief, said
So I may just watch that tomorrow if I fall asleep. He is doing things like that, but for trucks. Wait, so Hendrick Chase, that's his name. He doesn't do trucks.
The truck with the conditions and the issues that they're having, but the team so far is pretty pleased with what he's able to do.
A lot of challenges, and Smith, another one of those that had a good year here last year, led 45 laps, finished in the top 10. Hey, tomorrow on FS1, huge Major League Baseball doubleheader. First pivotal game, easy for me to say. Yankees, as Aaron Judge powers the Yanks against Twins.
Yeah.
Coverage noon Eastern, then at 4 o'clock.
Hendrick Chase posts truck highlights too.
And the Dodgers, all the action on FS1 and the Fox Sports app. That would be
I like that Hendrick Chase posts them like pretty much as they happen. Like a little bit afterwards, but...
Well, this is not the scene that those in the Kyle Busch camp were hoping for, as Chandler Smith's truck is behind the wall in the garage area, up on the jacks. It's one of the 2 rookies.
Playoff driver having issues in stage 1. Phil Parsons called it. Wait, he called that? That's kind of funny, actually. I don't know what's up with this, like, cautions thing over here. This is not at all accurate.
Really was the guy to beat back in 2016. Had that unfortunate engine issue that prohibited him from going to the championship 4. And
please, this ain't even jealousy. She ain't got a thing on me.
Setback as well. I mean, you have all season long to get in the playoffs, and then some.
I need to clean my room.
Probably an O-ring or something, some $5 piece takes away your shot right away at the championship run. But we'll see if they can bounce back. We got a restart. We've got our GMS trucks on the front row battling down into turn 1.
26 laps to go here in stage 1. Zane Smith on the inside.
I see another dog.
2, and the orange is Sheldon Creed. Smith gets the better of this restart.
The teams will all make note of that, Vince. We saw Creed take the top.
NASCAR Truck Series musical confirmed.
But Zane Smith powered to the bottom, took the lead away, so the spotters will say, okay.
I mean, he did at Watkins Glen, so.
It's always off. Whoa, he's pushing all the way down into the fuzz down there. 4 wide, 3 wide now. And Nemechek is still struggling to get going on these restarts.
That was Garrett Krause. They got to run all the way down to the wall on the inside. Now Krause is trying to recover.
Man, Krause made a great move, got sideways and lost.
I like Kurt Busch being in the booth. I think he's a really good broadcaster. I think that's a, I don't think Kurt Busch wants to retire, but I think he can go into that when he does. I think he should be a truck announcer.
Running that 9 again this week. Been a good season for Enfinger. Splitting rides between the 9 and 98. Now watch Nemechek block the 19 of Krause.
He's just pushing him down there. That's like an open wheel move where you use all the racetrack and try to use the inside wall as a defense mechanism. Right now, just seeing Nemechek struggling to get going on these restarts. Not getting the right amount of heat in the tires. And all these guys just back and forth.
Tanner Gray was in a bind there, losing down the corner. Look at him. 3
Caution's out.
On the bottom. Will we go to the fuzz again?
Caution is out, and the 0-4 involved in that. That's Corey Roper. We saw the 3 of Jordan Anderson right there with him. And caution for the second time here in stage 1.
I think that caution saved the caution that might have happened down in turns 1 and 2. Because it was 3 wide, going down into 1.
Who's
like
a
a
good
road
dog?
course corner. Nobody was going to give up down there.
We've seen some great racing. These guys really,
give him a
really being aggressive early on. You see
Just gonna sag right
in the back. Around goes the 04.
Are you okay?
Jordan Anderson had to
What's wrong?
make an evasive
Don't be a little
move there up
bitch.
top to avoid the 04. Close call there for the 3 truck. Anderson
This channel called YouTube posts Discord friend watch along vids, and this is one.
for the 3 team. Come on back. Stay with us.
Tuesday, the MLS All-Star Celebration is on FS1. First, it's the All-Star Skills Challenge. Then, on Wednesday, Bella and Chicharito lead MLS All-Stars against the best of Liga MX. MLS All-Star Week, Tuesday and Wednesday on FS1 and the Fox Sports app.
Sensitive to cat allergies? Join the thousands who've discovered a difference with ProPlan Live Clear, the only cat food to reduce allergies, an average of 47%. Save today at ProPlanLiveClear.com.
Colorado is more common than you realize. Electricity is a commodity that you tend to overlook. But there isn't a single activity you stop because of power outages. That's something you have to make sure you can keep doing what you need to get the job done. With the Experience 1500, you can power even the most demanding appliances. And the E240 will power your mobile devices until power is restored.
It's kind of like Diet Dew Hunter 88.
To be unprepared.
You're ready for a huge vehicle. You're set, so go to Fox, your destination dealer. Whether it's the reliability of the Subaru, Honda's durability, Toyota quality, family styling from Chrysler, or the performance of Dodge, Jeep, and Ram, it's ready, set, go to Fox. For your next all-wheel drive, crossover, fire truck, or SUV, it's ready, set, go to Fox Subaru, Fox Honda, Fox Toyota, and Fox Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram.
When the season ends, remember to watch some of the best races on YouTube channel.
Business changes. The United States
Sounds like a fun way to watch.
with e-commerce that runs at the speed of now. Next day in 2-day shipping nationwide and returns right from the doorstep. It's a whole new world out there. Let's not keep it waiting.
Pain happens in many forms, but that doesn't scare Blue.
It's a doggy-dog
Delivering
world.
fast-acting pain relief in a cream, spray, and lidocaine in a soft foam applicator. Blue Emu works fast and you won't stink. Official partner of MLB and Nascar.
The Kentucky Fried Chicken Sandwich with brioche buns, mayo, pickles, and a quarter-pound filet as far as the eye can see. Get comfy. It's
That's how I watch NASCAR now, basically.
Get the Kentucky Fried Chicken
I thought you
Sandwich.
watched from
Finger licking good.
fucking Abu Dhabi Sports.
Oh, you found your dad's baby blanket.
There's a moth in my room! Why is there a moth in here? No! Get the fuck out! Oh, you're hiding like a little bitch? Fucking dumbass moth. Sheena, these moths are a bunch of terrorists. Oh, bitch, there. I got you. Ha, I got him.
Back at Worldwide Technology Raceway. Camping World Truck Series playoff opener. The first of 3 races in round 1.
There was a moth in my room.
Here's a look at the 0.
There was, and now he's dead.
Right. Looks pretty good there with all 4.
Now there's just a dead body of a moth in my room.
The Xfinity race. It was like a thrill ride, wasn't it? Watching. Look at that. Whoa!
Dude, the cup race last week was so fun.
Good at all. I was gonna say that
Those wrecks were so fucking hilarious.
Those curves were vicious last week. Luckily here at Worldwide Technology Raceway, they've got them smoothed out and kind of roughed into the original configuration. This track had a little bit of road course attitude to it. So it's cool to see what bad curves and replays like that look like. Hopefully we won't see any of that action tonight.
You watch the races and YouTube reactions to feel like I have real NASCAR fan. Is there any NASCAR fans in Morocco besides you?
How about Todd Gilliland?
Like, are you the only
Having
one?
a good run inside the top 5, Jamie.
He was really beating himself up, though, Vince, about his restart. He said he just has no fire off. He loses all the grip. The team telling him, just keep trying to scrub those tires when you're out here under caution.
I remember when I lived in Vermont, I had a bunch of friends who were NASCAR fans, and ever since I moved to New York, I haven't had any. It's kind of sad.
It's
It was so fun going in after every weekend, just talking to my friends about what happened during the races.
Richmond kind of falls into this category.
But I don't have that anymore.
To get as much heat into them as possible, then you build up the air pressure artificially. Now the air pressures are high and it has less grip, and it's fun. It's a balance of finding the right way.
That was also back when NASCAR was like a lot more fun.
It's pretty awesome.
And you're the only one.
Start this race, Tom Majeski.
Man, this weed smells good.
Great opportunity here in the playoffs to go racing up inside the top 10. He's 6th right now. Just a few spots behind him. Grant Enfinger in the 9. He's also, as we expected, Vince, solid, strong. He's up 18 spots. So I think it's interesting, Kurt. You talked about it earlier. As the track changes, will these trucks continue to be strong, and will John Hunter be able to come forward as we put rubber on the road?
Yeah, that's the big thing. We'll see after
The guys go nutty.
They put to
Watch the last 2 restarts, they go crazy.
Catch back up and get points in stage 2. But ultimately, these guys are all racing for the win. Everybody I talked to, whether it was Crafton, Zane Smith, talking to Kyle Busch Motorsports, they're like, we're here for the W because we want to set the tone in the playoffs.
So it's so important. If you win in the first round of the playoffs, you automatically advance to round 2, regardless of where your points position might be.
I think you posted the wrong. I think you. Oh no, that was a different link. All right.
This puts a little more pressure on everybody else to win in round 1.
You saw as they came down the front straightaway, Vince, they hit the choke shoes. They were able to hit which line they wanted. As we talked earlier, when Creed lost the lead going to the top, Zane Smith in 21, he chose the bottom. So that's the trend so far. There you see Smith. We'll see if he's able to hold serve down there, but he chose to go the opposite direction that Creed chose earlier.
And he has not led nearly as many laps as he did a year ago. In fact, coming into this race tonight, he had led 180 fewer laps than he did last season. But Zane Smith finds himself out front here at Worldwide Technology. Got his teammate there, Sheldon Creed, on the outside as we get ready to restart. And when they come to the line and get that green flag, there will be 17 laps to go in stage 1. And these restarts have been crazy.
They're going to jam it through the gears, and let's see what Creed has got for Zane Smith. He knows what he did wrong last time, and he's going to try to hang on his right rear.
I'm about to roll a blunt.
Push him out, but he can't quite hold on to him. Zane Smith clears him, takes the lead. He goes.
We just saw Gilliland slip back.
Well, thank you, Winval.
He reported having a little trouble on those restarts.
I love him and his friends, and I love you. Oh, thanks, Winval.
Losing another spot on the outside is Gilliland.
Man, this is tough tread, though, boys. When you get too wide into these corners, somebody's going to get loose down on the bottom. We got to battle for the lead. Watch the 2 truck. Can he keep it under control? Diving down in that corner on the bottom.
Creed has led 28 laps so far tonight. Zane Smith has led 9, and the 2 of them are out front battling for the top spot right now. Smith holding on to it. That's Ben Rhodes in 3rd, Friesen in 4th, and Gilliland rounding out the top 5. See the GMS drivers, the pylon and where they are running. Smith and Creed in the playoffs. Anchor, Purdy, and Wood.
You know, we heard Jamie report earlier about a new arrow set up for the 2 truck of Sheldon Creed. You know, Zane Smith has that new arrow as well. And that's just what, I mean, Kurt, we're talking hundreds of thousands of an inch here or there on these trucks, but it can change the balance of these things.
Oh, absolutely, but you always bring your best stuff for the playoffs.
Back out again for the 3rd time. And
Another caution. Had unexpected guests come over and they ran me crazy.
And that's the 2nd truck out of the Kyle Busch camp that's had problems.
Wait, at
the 18 of Chandler Smith behind
at
the
2 in the
wall.
morning you had unexpected guests? That would be pretty unexpected.
Yeah, Derek, that has every sign of loose end, maybe.
It's fucking blunt.
How challenging it is to hang on to him on the bottom. Not a lot of experience for Derek and
being
the
stubborn
around and win. Whether he had help or not, we'll have to see. We see a little smoke off Taylor Gray there in the 17.
Derek Griffith was running just outside the top 20. Mentioned again, making his series debut. Off to a tough start.
Jason, did you know Geico could save you hundreds on car insurance and a whole lot more?
Cool.
So what are you waiting for? Michaela Maroney to get your Frisbee off the roof?
I'll get it. you go.
Thank you, Michaela.
Dude, Dad, I'm not gonna let you get used through it. It's your frisbee.
Geico. Switch today and see all the ways you could save.
Visible is wireless that doesn't play games. No surprise fees, legit unlimited data for as little as $25 a month. And the best part?
Oh, you mean early this afternoon? Going to dab after stage 1 to take a huge shit and sleep.
Which is why I brought them. Two $5
I guess you like sleep more than you like NASCAR.
Then finally, my whole live stream. Boom.
Are you even watching the race right now?
Visible. Unlimited data as low as $25 a month. Or bring a friend and you both get a month for $5. Wireless, it gets better with friends. Is there a natural litter that actually works?
At Tidy Cats, litterventions come naturally. Naturally strong unscented with activated charcoal or scented clean lemongrass with plant extracts. 100% natural, 100% powerful. There's a Tidy Cats for that.
Already the third caution. We're not even through stage 1 yet.
For this used car.
And there wasn't even a competition caution.
Yep.
So,
Went to the wrong used car site.
of course not. The Geico guy is the same guy who did the EA Sports as in the game intro.
You won't have to overpay on a used car again.
It's actually kind of funny.
Coast is clear.
I mean, I'm pretty sure you're lying, but that's kind of funny if that's true.
Only at the all-new Carfax.com.
Can I get a hamburger? Like a small fries and a vanilla shake. And one Big Mac. Thanks.
You've been loyal. We want to reward that. Introducing My McDonald's Rewards. Now every order earns points redeemable for free McDonald's.
At PNC Bank, we believe in the power of the watch out.
Where's the beer? I don't got any beer this week, my man. I just got the weed. I just got the weed.
Making a difference. Low cash mode on virtual wallet from PNC Bank.
Blue Emu Super Strength Original.
I do want beer though.
Now available
Wait,
in 3 convenient
I have like
sizes.
beer
Whether you need
popsicles.
relief at home, in your
It's
gym
like
bag, or
popsicles
on the
but
go.
beer.
Blue Emu works fast and you won't stink. An official partner of MLB and NASCAR.
Welcome back to the Camping World Truck Series, the first round of the playoffs at Gateway Speedway. And so far early tonight, it's been a little bit of a surprise. John Hunter Nemechuk in the number 4. He is struggling mightily. We've
You're
seen
here
him
for
fall
the
back to the
beer.
back so far early on.
You should give me
Right
some
now,
beer.
that racetrack's still loose, but veteran crew chief Eric
I'm 19. I can't legally buy beer.
saying, keep calm. We're going to fix it on this first stop. Just
I
take
still
it
drink
better.
anyway, but who
Racetrack,
fucking
we don't
is gonna
want to
stop
get
me?
anything up on that. We will get it better for you. Look for these guys to make some pretty good adjustments on this first stop. Jamie?
For Austin Hill, who is all the way back in 8th place now. He's second seed in the playoff standings, but he's struggling tonight. He said he's loose on entry. It's really hurting his center roll speed. He definitely wants to be tighter to get back to the gas on both ends of the racetrack. When they bring it in, he's going to work on that right rear and get better drive going into these corners, but he's not happy with the truck in this first stage.
Yeah, there's a lot of drivers that are looking forward to that first pit stop where they can make adjustments to it as you get a good look at that 16. By the way, all the playoff teams with that blue banner across the top of the windshield, and also the splitter is in blue, and the rear spoiler will be in blue as well. That's how you identify the playoff teams. And as you see there in the pylon on the left-hand side,
You thought I was older.
drivers that are championship eligible beginning tonight. 2 of those drivers will be eliminated after the rounds of 10, which is the first 3 races.
Oh, I thought you meant like.
Weeks at Darlington and then wrapping up at Bristol. Then in the
I
next
thought you
round of
actually
3
meant like the
races,
gecko.
4 drivers will be
I was
eliminated.
like,
That'll leave us with the
what?
championship 4 that'll go for the fifth title.
I thought you meant like the actual
It's hard just to
gecko.
get to the championship. I mean, isn't that kind of the championship?
I was like, that doesn't
Just
seem
get
right.
into the 4?
That's exactly right. And, you know, we see a guy like Chandler Smith who knows that he's pretty much going to have to win one of the next 2 to get to the next round, Vince. And then you have Matt Crafton solid early in this race. You can see beautiful Menards color. I was talking to Matt earlier today. He said that Menards and Matt Crafton's relationship dates back about 18 years, the longest running sponsor driver relationship in all of NASCAR. How cool is that? That's fabulous. That is something to be proud of. It is. And Matt is
The video explains how he got the job.
champion and feels like that they're one of the team. Like, he didn't care about John Hunter when I talked to him earlier today. He said, we're good enough to win this championship. We get hot at the right time, we can be the champions.
Well, and he has the experience. He knows he has done it all.
Sounds
He's won a
long.
championship without winning a race. And he knows it, like I think most of the others, that experience matters in the playoffs.
there's some drivers that don't have a lot of experience in the playoffs this year. So I think that everybody's going to be pushing as hard as they can. We're going in there and we're not as nervous as maybe some of these other kids could be, and mistakes could be made when you're younger. I really feel like I can just bring a lot more confidence having already one playoff appearance under my belt. At the end of the day, I've done it before, so I think it goes a long way.
One time me and Todd Gilliland had Twitter beef.
I'm sleeping fine, but trust me.
I always think about that. That was funny.
Hopefully it wears on.
So if you guys don't remember, Kyle Busch was very hard on Todd Gilliland when he drove for him. And when Todd Gilliland finally won his first race, on the radio, he said, "Kyle Busch, go wait in your fucking motorhome." Like, dissing him and shit. So then when Todd Gilliland got the ride with DGR, I think, I said something like along the lines of like, "Go wait in your fucking motorhome," and then he responded, and then I responded, and then we had Twitter beef, and that was fun.
The final stage is 50.
What's up, RJ?
Here at the first stage, a little bit unusual for the racing here.
Guys have got to mind their P's and Q's if they're going to keep going straight. Especially
Oh, Matt Tift also blocked me on Twitter because we used to have Twitter beef too.
You can get yourself in a lot of trouble on these restarts. Zane Smith on the outside.
Because I used to tell him how much he sucked.
Shows outside, and Creed's going to put it down in there on the inside. It's
Junior Motorsports also has me blocked on Twitter. I don't know what that's about.
I love what Stuart Friesen is doing. He's up to third in that 52 truck. Hasn't been a great season for this team, but they're getting some speed out of that 52 right now.
Only 4 top 10s for Friesen, but boy, where they have come from in the 2 years since they went out on their own. Last season, at the beginning of last year, they barely even had a toolbox to start their team, and now they're in the playoffs running for a championship, and that is a big accomplishment for that Halmar group.
Oh, I just hope he watches it down on the bottom. I've talked about it 10 times, but it's going to happen. Somebody's going to get loose on the bottom, and there's going to be contact. These boys are racing hard. They're putting it all out there for these stage points. We've got less than 10 to go. First stage of the playoffs. These guys
You translated the title, it's funny.
An all-important playoff spot, that playoff point that goes along with it, as you see Friesen battling Creed for second. Taking a look, Creed holds him off for now.
What's the title? Oh, get it.
Right behind him in fourth and fifth.
I'll tell you, it's been over 20 years since I raced at that racetrack, and I remember tiptoeing so much on corner entry, and I'm just like tiptoeing right now, calling the race. I mean, these guys are right on the edge of that looseness on entry, and they're doing such a great job. And man, trucks everywhere running side by side. It's great to watch.
The 40 is Truex. The 1 is Haley Deegan.
That's Josh Berry.
Yep. The 25.
Closing in on Deegan. These trucks all racing inside the top 20 minutes. These boys are racing for the lead, and they're racing hard. They want the points. They want to set the tone. And these GMS trucks, I'll tell you, the last time I called a race was the championship race in Phoenix. This style track is just like Phoenix, and the GMS trucks are out there running up front.
Jamie Howe reported on it earlier, and Sheldon Creed talked about it this week. They felt like they had been passed by the competition, namely KVM. When it came to the aero, they were missing some things. They were getting beat in the aero department, and it was costing them speed, but they have come alive here toward the end of the regular season, and now we see very strong here in this opening race of the playoffs. They have gone to work, and the GMS trucks are better.
No doubt.
Look it up on Google Translate.
You know what playoff
Hold up.
is like, what these teams focus on and get ready for the playoffs. And will they park these trucks? Say GMS wins this race, and you know how much this racetrack is like Phoenix for the champions. Will they park it and carry it out to Phoenix?
It just depends on how the races stack up, but you might need to bring this truck to Martinsville if you're not advanced yet, because you've got to give yourself a chance to win it. You got to be in it to win it. So I love playoff atmosphere. The way the regular season goes, if you stack up some wins or you stack up some points, this, that, and the other thing, but boom, when it gets down to it, you bring your best stuff for the first race in.
4 to go here in stage 1. Sheldon Creed starting to stretch his legs a little bit with a nearly 1 second advantage over his teammate Zane Smith. There's a good look at the 88 of Matt Crafton outside the top.
You said something about a mother?
Great view on this bumper cam, and that's Todd Gilliland in the 38.
I'm gonna look this up. You have me curious.
What a great run for Gilliland. He was strong here a year ago, won a couple
prepared out of the DGR shop, and he says since they moved things over to the front row camp, he feels like they've picked up some. They've got a little better vibe around their truck team, and it's paying off for him, I believe.
I agree. A lot of speed this year. That run he had at Coda was amazing. Drove away from the field late in that race, and this track's, you know, an oval, obviously, but it reminds me a lot of a road course. You hear them shifting. There's a lot of tiptoeing into the corner, slippery up off. So there's a lot of technical aspects that the driver has to face when he comes here in races.
There is. I mean, we got the lane choice, the 2 wide restarts.
The game doesn't even turn on your mom. That's so stupid.
Frieson's got a good runoff too. That's where Zane Smith struggled, and Creed was able to pick up the lead from him.
That's for second.
And that's Friesen moving up into second. Grab that ultimate 1-point open advantage over the case of the playoffs here.
Final lap in stage 1. Sheldon Creed continues to lead.
And I want to tell you what, Kurt, you know this is pit roads, dives to the bottom ones. This is what Friesen is doing. This is building confidence. Every lap that he's driving past trucks and going up toward the front, they've struggled a bit this year. Like I mentioned, only a couple of top 10 finishes, but yet here he is, closing on the leader late in this first stage.
And ultimately, it's going to put him on the front row for stage 2, and he'll have a chance to take the lead. But right now, it's Creed.
Sheldon Creed, the stage win. Just his second stage win of the season.
Sheldon Creed wins the stage, bitches. That was a long first stage, I'll tell you what.
Austin Hill and Nemechek.
All the talk pre-race about John Hunter Nemechek, and Nemechek has been struggling. No struggles for this guy. He led only 15 laps in winning last year. He's already led 34 tonight.
The soccer players are buff and look hot, so it turns on ladies.
On it with Jardians.
There are 22 million prescriptions.
What was that first word he said?
People who are managing type 2 diabetes and heart
6 OUV no.
Jardians is a once daily pill that can reduce the
very
risk
curious
of
about that
cardiovascular
word.
death for adults who also have known heart disease, so it can help save your life from a heart attack or stroke. And
No!
A1C.
Jardians can cause serious side effects, including dehydration.
My Timmy Hill signed vape has
infections,
stuff on it.
and sudden kidney
It's all
problems.
dirty.
Ketoacidosis is a serious side effect that may be fatal. A rare but life-threatening bacterial infection in
Yeah, I
the skin of
cleaned
the
it.
perineum could occur. Stop taking Jardians and call your doctor right away if you have symptoms of this bacterial infection, ketoacidosis, or an allergic reaction. And don't take it if you're on dialysis or have severe kidney problems. Taking Jardians with a sulfonylurea or insulin may cause low blood sugar.
Lower A1C and lower
Sam, you're so
risk of
swag.
heart attack.
Jaden, you're so swag.
Yep.
Jaden, remember that time that I was streaming NASCAR 85? And then I went for a drug deal? I left the stream for a drug deal. I meant to end the stream, but then I accidentally kept it on for like an hour, and then I came back and then streamed for like another hour.
Really big fan of these breakfasts.
That was so fun.
Bacon season over here. Tyler, please sign this for me. You the man, Tyler? Keep killing those breakfast sandwiches. I appreciate you.
Yeah. Don't sell that online.
Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's. Select breakfast croissants, now $1.99.
Red flag.
There's an America we build and one we explore. One that's been paved and one that's forever wild. But freedom means you don't have to choose just one adventure. You get both. Introducing the all-new 3-row Jeep Grand Cherokee L. Jeep, there's only one.
So then I said to him, you ought to customize your car insurance at Liberty Mutual, so you only pay for what you need. Hot dog or chicken? Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty. Make fitness routine with pure protein.
High protein, low sugar.
I don't know why there's a
Tastes
red
great.
flag.
High protein, low sugar. So good.
High protein, low sugar. Birthday cake.
Try pure protein shakes with vitamins and minerals for immune support.
It's camping like you've never experienced before. Book your NASCAR camping experience at NASCAR.com/camping.
Yeah, there's no red flag.
Welcome back to the Toyota 200, presented by CK Power. NASCAR Camping World Truck Series playoff action, stage 1 complete. Sheldon Creed, the stage 1 winner. You see those stage points that...
Wait, I want to see the red flag then. I don't know why it says red flag.
Jeske and Derek Kraus. Maybe the big story in that 10th is John Hunter Nemechek in 9th.
A lot of surprises early. These guys are tiptoeing into the pits. These are controlled stops. Come in, get your tires. You're not going to lose your track position.
This thing is glitching.
We'll line up.
Oh, it's not actually a red flag. It's this weird, like, pit road shit. So this just decides to call it a red flag, even though it's not an actual red flag.
You can only change tires during these stage breaks, and there will be 3 minutes to get your work done.
You know what I love?
It's that weird, like, pit stop shit where they do, like, non-competitive pit stops where you have, like, 3 minutes.
These guys are passing trucks. So don't worry about the fact that you're not going to gain any positions on pit road. We're all going to get fresh tires. We're going to make adjustments. And then we're going to go out and race hard like we've seen 2-3 wide racing once they throw the green flag to see who wins stage 2 and ultimately gets to the checkered flag at the end.
And we should point out this isn't normally the way the pit stops are handled in the Camping World Truck Series, but with the...
I hate these pit stops, I really do. These non-competitive pit stops are the worst thing ever. Even at the dirt races.
Spreads those pit crews ultra thin, and this makes everybody a little more level playing field.
Plus, Vince, it just saves these teams a lot of money. I mean, it's tough getting to the racetrack week in and week out. This is a simple way to save the teams thousands of dollars and still have a great race, which we're seeing here tonight.
Regan is with Stuart Friesen in the 52.
Well, Michael, you just mentioned the fact that some of these teams have been able to pass a lot of trucks. One of those teams that has passed a lot of trucks, the 52 of Stuart Friesen, up 7 spots already in this race to the second position. Right now, that truck, it's just a little bit too tight in turns 3 and 4 for him.
Ty Majeski went from 25th to 5th in the first 50 laps.
How good his restarts have been.
It's pretty good.
Has noted as well. They've been coaching him up and pumping him up on the radio about how great his restarts are. They've been very excited with what's going on there. Their plan coming in this race was to basically try and get as many points as they could. Points race for these first 2 races, but that plan may be changing as good as this truck is right now. And then
it's not actually a red flag. They just are stupid. It's that mandatory pit stop bullshit where it's like uncompetitive.
Overall, happy with it. Just a small adjustment for that. He's been having to try and do what he can to get clean air on the left front corner of that truck. What that does is it pushes the truck down, gives it a little bit of extra grip, helps it make it through the corner just a little bit better. Outside of that, a brake vibration and a little bit of brake fade. That's the one thing that they're a little concerned about that we got to keep an eye on for the rest of the race. Jamie, how?
Well, for Sheldon Creed, our stage 1 winner on pit road, taking their time right now, just like everybody else, making sure everything gets done. They're going to go down a half-pound in left rear tire pressure, and also to go down on the track bar just to work on getting the setup of that truck better. But overall, Sheldon said, as for a brand new truck, this thing couldn't be any better. He was really happy with what the team brought him today. He said he did work those tires pretty hard, though, in the battle with Zane Smith in that number 21. They took a look at him and said, you're going to get more grip the next time.
Well, you're jumping out, see you tomorrow, maybe.
It's a newer set.
Hopefully nobody is hurt after the race. Why would anybody be hurt? It's just pretty safe racing.
They were manufactured back in November. They've been
it's like someone dies tonight. There's another fucking moth! Why is there another moth in my room?
They're going to have more grip, so he's looking
I killed the other one. This is fucking blasphemy.
Were completely quartered. They said that's explains some of why you were tight, but Zane said that all of his problems are just in the braking. He was on the radio with his crew chief, Bono Mannion. He said, 4 years we've been coming here and we've always had these brake issues. They've run 3 different packages and he's still struggling, but they told him, we can't fix
Yeah,
it.
these fucking pit stops are so dumb.
We can't change anything with the brakes. We're going to give you some chassis adjustments, but you're doing a good job managing what you do have.
See, I'm gonna go be at the Xfinity race tomorrow. You're going to the Xfinity race tomorrow? You going to the Cup race too?
Ideal, that's for sure. Those look pretty good. Hey, the Indy Lights, IndyCar running here this weekend as well. Indy Lights with Cooper tires were on track for practice prior to, or a race, I should say, prior to the trucks getting on track. Would that have anything
I'm catching this moth.
the way the tires, these Goodyear tires are?
I want to burn this moth alive.
Reacting on track, or? Yeah,
I don't want to kill him. Well, that's the hard part. Is I want to pick him up, but I don't want to kill him.
Track sits there all day in the sun. The oils come up out of the asphalt, and the first
asshole.
Of the race is way slicker than it.
Dickheaded.
I think a lot of these guys underestimated, but that tire there, that's
Yo.
halfway corded. It's getting abused on that edge, and that's a bit too much camber on that one direction. But yes, I think the Cooper tire was a different style tire, and these guys were sliding around.
Stage 2.
Where'd that moth go? Frog. Where's that moth?
Rule the playground. Toyota, let's go places.
I want to burn him.
The next morning, you've been late. Now every order earns points to the dealer for free McDonald's.
You don't become the official partner of MLB and Nascar if you aren't the strongest and the fastest. Blue Emu's unique formula with emu oil offers relief when you're training to win. Blue Emu Super Strength. It works fast and you won't stink. Official partner of MLB and NASCAR.
Red Sox are going to win tonight. But so are the Yankees, so it doesn't even matter.
Welcome to Toyota's National Sales Event. It's a great time to save on the 2021s while they last. Ooh, Vince. Toyota's got an exciting lineup to choose from.
Oh, Highlander.
Sure. You have to understand, it's the National Sales Event.
Right now, lease a new 2021 RAV4 for just $229 a month. Plus, every new Toyota comes with Toyota Care, our no-cost service plan with roadside assistance.
Hey, that's my line.
Toyota, let's go places.
Fuck this traffic, it's the weekend.
Safe Light story, this couple loves camping adventures, and their SUV is always there with them. So when their windshield got a chip, they wanted it fixed fast. They drove to Safe Light.
Jaden thinks frog.
Guaranteed, same day in shop with
Sheena,
them. We
you agree
repaired
with
the chip
Jaden?
before it could crack, and with their insurance, it was no cost to them.
Really?
That's service you can trust when you need it most.
Safe Light Repair, Safe Light Replace.
Hey, tomorrow, one of the greatest fighters.
Dude, these
of our
pit stops
generation,
piss
with
me
his
off.
legacy on the line is Manny Pacquiao battles welterweight world champion, your Dennis Ugas, in the can't-miss title fight of the summer. It's tomorrow live on pay-per-view. Buy it now on the Fox Sports app. Watch on any screen you wish. Lap 25, one of our championship contenders, Chandler Smith. Not the way he wanted his playoff run to begin. Having to take it behind the wall. And he has remained.
Oh, there's that moth.
He has
Back
not
here, you
gotten out of
fuck.
the truck. You see window net's still up, so they have hopes of getting back out, but it's certainly a frustrating night for the 19-year-old Chandler Smith.
What can they learn by going
Hey,
back out
moth.
there? We talked about the similarity between
Oh, shit.
Worldwide and
There he is.
Phoenix. Can they learn anything by getting back on the racetrack that might help them if they make it into the race for a championship effort
That was dangerous as shit. I could have, like, burned something.
Failure, and it's good just to go back out, find a rhythm, and see what your lap times are.
Ugh, man, I hate these fucking pit stop procedures.
And try something and just see what sticks.
As they run, you can see what the playoff standings look like. They're on the bottom portion of the pylon.
You see Carson Hocevar 18 points back. Vince, he fell back to 20th early in this race and has been able to rebound up to 15th now, so maybe that team didn't like their truck at first. Make an adjustment here. We'll watch Hocevar closely, see if he can climb up inside the top 10. Make those same types of moves that we've seen Majeski and Infinger make.
Yeah, these restarts have been awesome to watch. You know, whether you're choosing the low lane for handling or you're up on the high side trying to defend for position, these guys have been going back and forth, and it's been an exciting first stage. Now we're in stage 2, and points, again, important to gather up.
Recently announced that Hocevar would be returning next year full-time again in that Nice Motorsports machine.
That's good news. I like this young man. Very energetic. Really solid effort for Al Nice and his crew.
Here's Phil Gould, the crew chief for Hocevar. We get ready to begin stage 2. Sheldon Creed, your stage 1 winner, on the outside in that orange and blue Chevrolet, and Stuart Friesen on the inside in the blue and white Toyota. Stage 2 is green.
See how this plays out. Friesen's going to toss it down in there.
I didn't have any doubt about that. He ain't afraid.
I love those dirt track guys.
I was thinking when Sheldon Creed took on the side, you better make sure you understand who you're putting on the bottom, because you're not going to get anything but 100% out of the 52 truck. He's on the switch every lap.
Friesen ran a dirt late model race last night.
Is anyone still here?
First run of the truck race tonight, and then it'll be in a modified race tomorrow night.
That's way cool. He's throwing down a trifecta there. And we got 21 coming back in the mix.
Zane Smith driving it in and making it stick.
Wow, that was impressive.
Taking no prisoners on that move.
3 wide, back in the pack.
Well, those GMS trucks are sporty tonight.
Hey, Jaden's still here.
Crafted in that neon yellow.
Jaden's a legend.
Way up into the top 5. Just outside. There's Infinger in the 9. And
Jaden.
Sauter, first time we've mentioned.
Jaden, you want to
Sauter
fight?
tonight, just outside the top 10.
Haley Deegan right there battling for a spot up near the top 10.
I'm just kidding, Jaden. I don't actually want to fight him.
You know, we mentioned Johnny
I'm too
Sauter,
scared.
who was reported on earlier in the race, but if you missed it by chance, not working with Joe Shear Jr. tonight as his normal crew chief. First time that those two have not been together, other than when Shear had to serve a penalty since 2016. But trying to do something a little bit different, but equally the crew chief for Sauter tonight, and Joe Shear Jr. working with Ty Majeski, who's having a great run, currently 5th.
Friesen back to the bottom versus Smith. You see those 2 GMS trucks lined up right behind this battle. Matt Crafton very strong. Talked a lot about Tom Majeski and the moves he's made early.
You've got Rhodes in the 99. Majeski.
I miss Chicago.
Now on board with Crafton in the 88. 3 ThorSport trucks in a row, running 4th, 5th, and 6th.
This track is a lot racier than I thought it was going to be. Like, it shows that you have to have that compromise of handling. One end of the track's a little bit tighter down here in turns 1 and 2. Sometimes you're in downshift, and then now you're trying to put the power down, and the truck wants to jump sideways off of turn 2 as it's in that 3rd gear. And they'll grab 4th down the back.
We've got a power outage here at the racetrack, and we're going to see if what that's going to do for us here. Coming back, stay with us here on FS1.
A power outage at the racetrack? That's something. Gateway just went dark.
For real soon.
There's an actual
Every
power
Chevy
outage
Equinox
at Gateway.
comes standard with Chevy Safety Assist, including automatic emergency.
I guess there's no caution.
Find new protection. Find new roads. Chevrolet.
Make fitness routine.
But David Land just tweeted that Gateway just went dark, and then Chris Knight tweeted that there's a power outage there.
High protein,
So
low sugar, birthday cake.
I guess there's no caution for that. You'd think there would be.
As your business changes, the United States Postal Service is changing with it. With e-commerce that runs at the speed of now, next day and 2-day shipping nationwide, and returns right from the doorstep. It's a whole new world out there. Let's not keep it waiting.
Okay, Sabrina, I see you. Where do you want this at, Chris? Wait, what?
Is this one of your State Farm commercials?
Yeah, sure is.
I guess there's a power outage at Gateway right now, and they just don't care.
Chris smiles and says, wow, I love State Farm. Surprisingly great rates. And suddenly, Chris and Sabrina turn into life-size cardboard cutouts. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Can I get a hamburger? Like a small fries and a vanilla shake.
And one Big Mac. Thanks.
You've been loyal. We want to reward that. Introducing My McDonald's Rewards. Now every order earns points redeemable for free McDonald's.
Hey, King Midas, people should know we can service their whole car.
Yes. Tires, brakes, oil, everything. Everything. We must tell the people.
Right now at Midas, buy 3 Cooper tires and get 1 free. Find your tires now at Midas.com.
At Richmond, 2 for the price of 1.
This race is hilarious.
An understatement. Sure, there are 2 races. You only need 1 ticket.
Apparently the lights went out.
Playoffs, under the lights, celebrating 75 years at America's premier short track, and the return of one very famous driver. It's a
I'm not sure if there's a caution.
wild night. That'll be anything but understated. It's 2 for 1, Richmond style. Get your tickets at richmondraceway.com.
Well, you can see why the caution as the lights went out at the racetrack, and they have come on for the most part again, and working on the issue with the power outage certainly has put a wrench in.
So I think the reason this is not working is because the power's out at the track, and I think this is like run at the track or some shit, this leaderboard. And since the power's out there, you know.
I think of the night, we talked so much about John Hunter Nemechek in the pre-race show, race day with Phil and Todd and Caitlin, and of course we've discussed it as well, but John Hunter Nemechek has not been a factor tonight.
It looks like his truck's been on the loose side, and he's been struggling on all the restarts. And when one thing adds up, the next thing adds up, and that means you're on defense. And a lot of guys have been putting it on the inside, and he's been trying to put up some blocks and trying to hold on to that track position. But it's been a battle for those guys. But we'll see what adjustments they made here in stage 2 to try to rebound.
Oh yeah, it's dark over there.
Is these GMS trucks, and we've talked about how fast Stuart Friesen is.
Yes, Winval.
Toyota. And
I see you returned.
all
The power went out at Gateway.
gains as we head to the playoffs on John Hunter Nemechek and Kyle Busch.
Hey, you gave me that watch time. Not complaining.
These lights going down in Illinois is something that the team certainly.
There's a
wants to
power
do.
outage
It's
at
gonna be
Gateway.
Interesting to see what happens from here. The track continues to change. Keep that in mind too. That'll be a challenge for these teams.
Yeah, I think what's interesting, you know, the Palmar, the 52 is a Toyota. The Thor Sport trucks are Toyotas, and of course John Hunter is a Toyota. So you wouldn't think it's a Toyota thing, but maybe just a struggle for the Ford.
And this leaderboard is glitchy tonight.
And here's the way things started tonight. And Nemechek jumped out at the start, but quickly fell back, and it became.
Well, the broadcast froze at first, and they said there was a power outage. But I thought they meant like at their studio or something. And then I went on Twitter and David Land said that the lights went out. And not all of the lights. Most of the lights are actually still on, but like there's this one part that's like really fucking dark. Like, looks like they're back on, yeah.
And Zane Smith did. His truck was fast on the get-go, but
Oh, they're red flagging it.
To see if they can make those adjustments.
Under red now as the trucks have come to pit road and park while they work on the power situation here at the racetrack. And you see our Blue Emu race summary. And
so red flag is out.
no timing and scoring because of the.
Yeah, so there's no timing and scoring right now. So that's the reason why this
Pit
is.
road and go to work. Well, some things you can never account for. I mean, it's a live sporting event. You just never know. Normally,
That's right.
we think about the weather. In our most recent race at Watkins Glen, we had the race stopped 11 laps short of the finish because of lightning. And tonight, a power outage. You never know what you're going to get.
You just got to be ready for anything in this day and age.
Stage 2's not over, and we're not halfway. So this race has to continue.
Jed, the Cup teams will be at Michigan tomorrow.
Your mission. Stand up to moderate to severe rheumatoid arthritis and
Truck's going to the pits. Don't expect lights to go out unless it's Daytona practice session with Tanda.
Rinvoq helps tame pain, stiffness, swelling, and for some, Rinvoq can even significantly reduce RA fatigue. That's Rinvoq relief. With RA, your overactive immune system attacks your joints. Rinvoq regulates it to help stop the attack.
Rinvoq can lower your ability to fight infections.
Or Kansas
including
2014.
tuberculosis. Serious infections and blood clots, sometimes fatal, have occurred, as have certain cancers, including lymphoma, and tears in the stomach or intestines, and changes in lab results. Your doctor should monitor your blood work. Tell your doctor about any infections, and if you are or may become pregnant while taking Rinvoq.
Take on RA. Talk to your rheumatologist about Rinvoq relief. Rinvoq. Make it your mission. If you can't afford your medicine, AbbVie may be able to help. This is the sound of change from PNC Bank. It's the sound of 1,000 sighs of relief.
Lights went out in this
and of a
race?
company watching out for you. This is the sound of low cash mode.
Oh yeah, this race too. I remember that.
Multiple options and at least 24 hours to help you avoid.
They actually called that race because of
We
it.
believe how you handle overdrafts should be in your control, not just your bank's. Low cash mode on virtual wallet from PNC Bank. One way, we're making a difference.
Sensitive to cat allergens? Join the thousands who've discovered a difference with ProPlan Live Clear, the only cat food to reduce allergens an average of 47%. Save today at ProPlanLiveClear.com.
Can I get 10 large fries, please? I'm gonna need like 10 egg McMuffin sandwich things.
Night or the next morning, keep it low. My McDonald's Rewards is for you. Now every order.
Yeah, this is the best one.
For free McDonald's. Make fitness routine with pure protein. High protein, low sugar. Tastes great. High protein, low sugar. So good.
High protein, low sugar. Birthday cake.
Try Pure Protein shakes with vitamins and minerals for immune support.
As someone who resembles someone else, I appreciate that Liberty Mutual knows everyone's needs. That's why they customize your car insurance, so you only pay for what you need. Oh yeah, that's smart. Only pay for what you need.
You see the drivers have gotten out of their trucks.
Oh, this might be a while.
A power outage situation here at the racetrack, a Worldwide Technology.
This is unexpected.
Sheldon Creed and Zane Smith having conversation. Creed was your stage one winner, and you see some of the issue with the lights there on the backstretch and how dark it is. At one time, all the lights had gone out, but the timing and scoring.
I just asked
was out
Bob
as
if the
well,
lights
and
have
that's why,
lights.
the trucks have had to be parked on pit road. We understand there's been an accident outside the track, which is impacting the power capabilities inside the racetrack area. So
I'm thinking they're going to
being
call the
attended
race for the
to,
night
and we hope to go back racing here very
and resume
shortly.
it tomorrow.
It's been an eventful night, that's for sure. The racing has been terrific. You stayed up late for us, with us for it. We certainly appreciate that and hope you hang with us, because what we've seen through the first stage plus, I think it only sets the tone for an exciting finish down the stretch here.
Yeah, it's certainly been fun to watch, Vince, and I think it's been interesting also to see the trucks that we felt like were going to be dominant fall back outside the top 10 early, and then just the speed, Regan Smith of the two trucks, Sheldon Creed, has been really impressive.
The story is someone took down power lines close to the track.
Well, Sheldon Creed currently leading this race.
That's lengthy. Yeah, that's a lengthy.
Red flags that I remember, but let's talk about what took place before this red flag. So far in this race, a very strong truck for you up front, leading. Got clean air on this thing. Is it as good as it looks?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like we raced it again last year, right? I feel like we're just back in our groove, or the truck we have tonight. I just feel like myself last year, right? So really happy with how things are going. Super fun battle there with my teammate. A little free to take off there on the short run, especially on restarts. So had to fight Zane pretty hard, and just to keep him close enough, or just trying to stay side by side with them. And then after a few laps, it comes in and gets some tight stuff. So really fast, lift gets for less Chevrolet tonight, and just having a lot of fun up front here.
After the season that GMS has had, and I know that we've talked about maybe not quite the speed that you guys have wanted every week, it appears that you guys are back on your game. With this
Oh, it's a John boy.
Right now, how much does that mean to start the playoffs with this little bit of momentum And I saw you before the race. You're the loosest guy on pit road. You still feel that way right now?
Yeah, I don't know. These guys, they tighten up and
They'll probably call the race. Are they? No, they're not halfway. So if they call the race, they'll have to resume it tomorrow, which is what I think will happen. I think that's what's going to happen.
Working on it. This is a brand new truck for us, so it's working good so far. I've made some mistakes this season and just trying to clean those up.
So yeah, like I said, the timing and scoring is all fucked up because there's no power. So that's why it says we're still green right here, but we're not.
He mentioned that battle that he had going with Zane Smith, and Zane's led several laps in this race, but you're complaining over and over again about the brakes. What is it that you're dealing with?
Yeah, it's a really bad brake shake, and the pedal fades, and it makes me really free in. So whenever I get to the lead,
Red Sox win.
It takes a lot to guard the bottom there and keep the trucks behind me. Especially when there's a line of them. Luckily, I had my teammate behind me a lot of it, and he was kind of being nice to me there. So got lucky there, but I really don't know what it is.
Oh, I love this video.
I know we started with I think a lot of tape on the brake sacks there, so we fixed that. Still some brake shake, and yeah, I mean, we got a long way to go. This is kind of crazy. I've never seen this before, but pretty fast truck so far.
One of the things we talked about earlier,
I love that video.
The key was keeping up with the racetrack. It's now completely dark outside. The couple of laps that you did in stage 2 after the changes that were made, do you feel like you've achieved that so far? Is the truck still good?
Yeah, I mean, we've definitely made it better. Luckily, GMS brought us 2 really fast Silverados. We just need to stay up here. You could stay up here and maintain this.
John Boy's fucking hilarious.
Looking for a good finish. That's Zane Smith. Regan?
Oh, Matt Crafton's standing on pit wall right now, or to the side of pit wall. A good start to the race for you so far. Heard you talking about your truck maybe just a little bit too tight right now, but I also have heard you asking for some ice. Maybe a little bit warm out there?
It was a little hot. The motor was actually 260 degrees, so when the motor gets that hot, it rains a little more nice. And then I had like this cool suit, and Junior didn't want to bring the weight, so he took out that 5 pounds of that cool suit and says, you're not running it this week. And I actually just found out today. I'm like, where is it? He's like, oh, left that at the shop. But all in all, Bernard's Toyota Tundra isn't bad. Just, like I said, tuned it up a little bit there. And I think we got something at the end if we could just get a little track position. And then I could actually, I passed the 66.
You may need to watch those since it's going to be a long night. Oh, yeah, let me see
I
that.
was running hot, and I'd run the radiator fan, got going. I reached over, hit the ignition switch, shut it off, down the back straight away. I think I've been doing this for a while, so shouldn't do that kind of mistakes, right?
You are one of the veterans of the series. I wouldn't expect that out of you, Matt. I do have to ask you, you mentioned that cool suit. I got here earlier this morning, was going through the pits in the garage area, talking with the crew chiefs, Junior Joyner, one of the first crew chiefs that I saw. He said, hey, my driver doesn't know it yet, but I took his cool suit out of the truck for tonight. Wait, so he literally didn't tell you that until you got in the truck when you found that out?
No, I was actually standing in the truck tech, and I looked, and I'm like, where's my cool suit? And I caught actually all the guys. They like, he caught it. And
love John Boy's breakdowns.
Yeah.
I don't watch much of his other stuff.
I've just been hard put on him. Max for that bad guy, so now I'm never going to catch into that.
You're definitely not going to catch the end of that. Hey, you are a veteran of this series. Let's talk for a second, though, about the playoffs and how the playoffs start. It's so important to get momentum. Is this the start that you wanted so far? I know we've got the red flag, but the speed in the truck?
Yes, actually we do. Very happy. The last couple of years we have been off, and we literally went back to the notebooks from like 2017, 2018, even some of the old pavement here. We went back to those notes and went to that setup, and that was when we were the best here. So let's go there, especially with no practice, and not too bad right now.
Good luck the rest of the night, Matt. Jamie?
Another end of the spectrum, not a veteran, is Haley Deegan, still in her second season here in the Truck Series. Haley, coming into Gateway, I know it was a race that you were looking forward to with the shorter track distance. How was the truck tonight?
It's actually really, really good. I feel like coming to Gateway, I've been here before in the K&N cars, K&N series. I've had some good runs here and never been able to finish those good runs. But coming here in the truck, I was super excited. First season in the Truck Series, it's been tough. I literally
Haley Deegan is
every
so
curveball
beautiful.
been thrown at me, including the lights. Been
I should
off
date her.
when we've been running good. So coming into this,
I should marry her.
I had a lot of confidence in this truck. I had a lot of confidence in what my crew chief was doing to it, and so coming here, we were very fast to fire off, and so we fired off really good, a little bit tight. And once we made that change going to the second stage, we were really, really good, making our way forward. We're now in the top 15, I believe. And so we've just been making our way forward all race, and that's been my goal, is just don't fall back. Let's just keep going forward, keep digging at it, and try to get those top 10s.
You were running.
Josh Berry, I've raced at short tracks darker than this.
Out on the racetrack in the first stage of this race. What do you learn when you're out there with the veterans?
No, honestly, they probably would be
So
fine
much from all the veteran races.
to go back racing, but the thing is that if something shitty does happen, then it's on NASCAR.
That have been here for a while. There's little things that I
And, you know, they can't have another officiating incident after there are many officiating incidents this year.
So much more and so much quicker.
It's Haley Deegan trying to finish out her first season in the Truck Series on a high note.
Yeah, I think that's some good stuff from Haley and the insight that she provided about the learning curve that she's been challenged by here in the Camping World Truck Series. But I got to tell you guys, I've been impressed with the way she's handled her rookie season.
Certainly has as well, Vince. And you know what? I love those interviews. We got Matt Kraft to talk about going. I talked to him earlier on the phone. He said, we put an old setup in our truck. And I thought maybe he was pulling my leg a bit, but he's serious about that. He put a set up in his truck, Vince, that Haley Deegan was about 9 or 10 years old when he ran that setup.
Oh,
That's
God.
what he has in his truck. Just think of the notebook and the experience Matt has to lean on. All this stuff is fresh and new to Haley Deegan, and she is doing a great job.
I think everybody that they interviewed down there has a different set of problems or a different mindset, different fun. It's really neat to see the growth of Haley Deegan, to see Crafton's veteran wisdom, and how his crew chief tosses his cool suit box out of the truck before the race because it's 5 pounds. But that's what the playoffs do. They bring out the best in everybody.
Well, and the problem we've got, as you can see, the lights on the backstretch not working as we've had a power outage. Some of the lights have come back on, but not all of them have come on. So certainly this area of the track still in the dark. And one of the other big issues is the timing and scoring has been knocked out as well. So trucks parked on pit road for now, and we'll see how it changes.
Well, Geico's 85 years isn't just about time, you know. It means experience. I mean, put it this way. If I told you I'd been jarring raspberry preserves for 85 years, what do you think? Well, at first, you'd be like, that's got to be some scrumptious jam. And then you'd think, he looks fantastic. I must know his skincare routine.
Geico, saving people money for 85 years.
Big buck.
Reggie Bush used to eat breakfast somewhere else. Then he tried Wendy's breakfast. Now we can't get rid of him.
Can you believe this breakfast croissant is only $1.99?
Yeah, Reggie. I put the sign up. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's.
RV ready to go? Water. We waiting for? Oopsie doopsie. It's the battery.
Hey, folks. Uh-oh. Open hood, never good.
We brought some oranges because we are out of juice.
Let's get you back on the road. Good Sam Roadside Assistance covers all your vehicles. And just like that battery, your Jumpstart is free of charge.
What?
Make every trip a good trip. Good Sam. Everything you need to have a good trip. Visible is wireless that doesn't play games. No surprise fees, legit unlimited data for as little as $25 a month.
This is an awkward delay.
But it gets crazier. Bring a friend every month and get every month for $5, which is why I brought them. 2 $5 months right here. Plus the players of my squad. Then finally, my whole live stream. Boom. 12 months of $5 wireless. Visible. Unlimited data as low as $25 a month. Or bring a friend and you both get a month for $5. Wireless, it gets better with friends.
Pain happens in many forms, but that doesn't scare Blue Emo. Delivering fast-acting pain relief in a cream, spray, and lidocaine in a soft foam applicator. Blue Emu works fast and you won't stink. Official partner of MLB and Nascar.
Hey, King Midas, people should know we can service their whole car.
Yes.
Tires, brakes, oil, everything. Everything. We must tell the people.
Right now at Midas, buy 3 Cooper tires and get 1 free. Find your tires now at Midas.com.
Band practice, soccer, whatever that is, Nathan is working on. Nobody has time to cook, but the big dinner box from Pizza Hut is the answer. 2 pizzas, wings, breadsticks. It's the easy way to feed the whole family in one box.
No, Pizza Hut. Big crash and Ben Rhodes going around the outside and then across the line. It's Ben Rhodes, the winner.
Good job, Marine, across the ring. It's supposed to be fun. That's 2 in a row. Daytona, baby. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We're here for you.
Race canceled yet? Nah. But I'm thinking it's going to be.
Get us going at Darlington.
Which sucks because I probably wouldn't be able to watch it.
Todd Gilliland wins at Circuit of the Americas. Racing at Bristol is always special. NASCAR racing on dirt at Bristol is history making. It's turned into a demolition derby.
Knoxville's first NASCAR Camping World Truck Series winner is Austin Hill.
They have hauled this one 11 laps shy of the finish, and Austin Hill is the winner. I thought a race being called by lightning would be the craziest thing I've seen all season. Now we have this problem at Worldwide Technology Raceway. Chris Blair, the track president, has posted that there's been a fire actually outside the racetrack that has created some issues with the transformer that knocked out the power, and you see the lights are not at full capacity, and the timing and scoring is not working. So that's why we are under red here at the racetrack, and the trucks are parked on pit road. And but we saw that kind of recap of the 2021 season. I mean, what a year it's been. The dirt at Bristol, I think something that everyone was excited about, and we saw Martin Truex put on quite a show there. But it's been an interesting season. Knoxville there for the first time, back to Watkins Glen.
Wow, the Knoxville race was the one I had circled on my calendar. I couldn't wait to see how that would play out. And Vince, you said it on TV that night. It's turned into a bit of a demolition derby, but I mean that shows you how passionate, how much these guys want to go to victory lane when you have these unique events. Going back to Watkins Glen was really special for these teams. I love how we raced to the playoffs and where we are here in the St. Louis area, getting to race these trucks with a championship on the line. Now we've got
one of the guys I subscribed to almost lost his left nut.
Let's go downstairs to Jamie.
It's scary. I hear cheering.
Says he would stay here all night if they have to get the power back on under this red flag. You're running fourth at the time. You said you have a truck that's better than the 3 and 4.
I hear cheering, which makes me think that the lights are back on.
I think I got a truck better than 2 in front of me. No, I just want to capitalize on a good run that we're having. You know, this Bombardier Tundra's been fast off the hauler with no practice. I can't ask for a lot more as a driver. It's comfortable, and we got speed, and we're working on it. So it's getting better and better, and I feel like we're staying on top of the racetrack. So, yeah, I just want to get it in. I mean, this has happened a couple times in the truck series, like freak accidents with power. I don't know what's going on, but you know, just really happy that the fans are staying with us tonight, and you know, want to get us a good finish and a good playoffs picture for the next round.
You talk about the
janitors of the
femboy. You put your name into the conversation early on by winning the first 2 races of the season. What's different in 2021 for you?
I don't know. I guess the people I got around me are pretty good this year. Rich Lucius, my crew chief's been doing a phenomenal job, and just ThorSport Racing as a whole, I feel like has brought an elevated game this season in 2021. Everybody's running really well, and I know Duke and Rhonda Thorson, everybody back in Sandusky, Ohio, is putting a ton of effort into it. So, you know, I think the other difference maker too is obviously Toyota. We switched to Toyota this year, and right off the bat, we've had good success with them and a lot of support. So their engineering is phenomenal, and we love them. So I appreciate all their help.
Ben Rhodes will line up on the second row when we go back to green. Regan.
Well, Jamie, when we got here earlier today, a number of the drivers
Whoa, that looks like
difficult it was going to be
fucking
at this racetrack tonight.
Daniel
I
Radcliffe.
introduced them to Ty Majeski. Ty from 25th to 5th early on in this
Ty
race.
Majeski
How good
does.
has that truck been for you so far?
It's been really solid. Joe Shear and all the guys have done a great job. We had a crew chief switch this week at ThorSport, and it was interesting to see all the guys corral and work on these trucks cohesively. So it was an interesting week. But
I love how you said you were going to go to bed, and then it's like almost 4 a.m. and you're still not in
we didn't
bed
know
yet.
we were going to have it. Like you said, it's typically a tough track to pass at, and this thing's been really good. And it's interesting racing these playoff drivers. Obviously, you want to be mindful of that, but also be aggressive at the same time.
Ben Rhodes, one of your teammates tonight, was just talking a moment ago about ThorSport Racing, how good the engineering has been there this year. You're a big part of that. You're an engineer back at the shop, come to the racetrack some with them as well. How nice does it feel to see the fruits of your labor as you've been working hard on these race trucks, and you get 4, 5, 6 opportunities this year to race, and it's paying off?
Tell you what, Regan, I've been learning a lot this year. Being on the engineering side and knowing the ins and outs of these race trucks, and being a part of conversations on how we get better as a company has been great and crucial to move forward.
This is a weird race, Sheena.
Like I said, I've been learning a lot, and I've been able to apply it, and I think something that's shown here tonight, you're always better as a race car driver when you know what you're driving. So Really love the people up at the
I love how this clock is still going.
right now, and really excited.
And it still says that it's green.
He's making the most of the opportunity tonight. Also has a busy day tomorrow. He's going to be racing a late model that he's leading the points with in Iowa. So Ty Majeski really wanting us to get this race back going, so he's not up too late tonight.
That's good stuff, Regan. Heck of a wheelman, Ty Majeski, that's for sure. And Kurt, he said something interesting.
Whoa, that's a good shot of the moon.
The playoff drivers, you want to be mindful and respectful
I want to go to the
their
moon.
position, but at the same time be aggressive in your own right as a driver.
Yeah, I want to trip on the moon. That'd be fun.
As he races you during the course of a race.
You want that respect, but at the same time, that guy that's in front of you, if he's not in the playoffs, he's faster than you right now. And Majeski has shown that, working his way up through the field. And so he's posting good lap times, and the way that he's racing with those guys early, it's okay. Late, that's when the fuses get a little shorter of those playoff guys. With like, why is this guy still here? You need to get out of the way. I need that point.
I think it's interesting too. You know, we've got Derek Kraus, Christian Eckes also inside the top 10, ahead of Austin Hill. So there's a lot of trucks that are having great runs here tonight that want to capitalize on speed. And you know, Vince, quite honestly, they don't want to upset one of the playoff drivers, but they damn sure want to beat them. They want to win this race. They couldn't care less about who's going to win the championship. But they get a victory for their team, that's momentum, and they can race into 2022 with a lot of
boy.
And one thing that I learned in
That
that
feels
interview,
better.
I mean, this is that time of year where crews get swapped around. Crew chiefs get switched because those guys aren't in the playoffs. So Sauter, Majeski, with the moves, it's to try to build towards next year. And right now you're seeing, like, boom, results right away with a new combo.
You know, we've seen some awesome racing tonight, 2, 3, even 4 wide at one point. And unfortunately, the power has gone off, and that means we're in a bit of a delay. And it's the craziest thing that I remember happening here.
Usually don't see a delay unless it's raining.
Technology Raceway in a long time.
Well, that's a big statement, Mike.
Yeah, because there was a fight one night, and I'm going to tell you, Vince, I wish the lights had gone out this night, because as we race down into turn 1, a couple of trucks get together, there's a crash, and this begins what became maybe the longest fight in the history of NASCAR.
John West Townley and Spencer Gallagher.
They come to a rest together in turns 1 and 2, not happy, begin to discuss it, and the discussion turned to violence and anger.
I miss Spencer Gallagher. Whatever happened to that guy?
The lights would just go out.
The whole wrestling move. Remember that?
Oh.
The point for a takedown.
I do remember that now. I was just like, boys, what is going on?
I love how the
here?
officials didn't even try to break them up.
It'd be like, it's like Talladega Nights, you know, they just need to go to break before.
They're just hugging. I feel like they're not even mad at each other.
Eventually, they just get too tired to fight. I think at this point, there's like, well, can we just stop?
And that was almost like we're at the same fraternity house. I'm tired.
That's when you really want somebody to come break it up, you know?
Save us.
Isn't someone gonna break this up? I'm tired. Hopefully none of that tonight, but well, it's crazy just the same, right?
Oh, they're bringing in backup lights, maybe.
Hey, bring those back.
People everywhere living with type 2 diabetes are waking up to what's possible with Rybelsus. Rybelsus works differently than any other diabetes pill to lower blood sugar in all 3 of these ways. Increases insulin when you need it, decreases sugar, and slows food. The majority of people taking Rybelsus lowered their blood sugar and reached an A1C of less than 7. People taking Rybelsus lost up to 8 pounds. Rybelsus isn't for people with type 1 diabetes. Don't take Rybelsus if you or your family ever had medullary thyroid cancer, or have multiple endocrine neoplasia syndrome type 2, or if allergic to it. Stop Rybelsus and get medical help right away if you get a lump or swelling in your neck, severe stomach pain, or an allergic reaction. Serious side effects may include pancreatitis. Tell your provider about vision problems or changes. Taking Rybelsus with a sulfonylurea or insulin increases low blood sugar risk. Side effects like nausea, vomiting, and diarrhea may lead to dehydration, which may worsen kidney problems. Wake up to what's possible with Rebelsis. You may pay as little as $10 per prescription. Ask your healthcare provider about Rebelsis today.
FiOS TV app. The only streaming app you'll ever want. Watch sports and never miss a moment. Watch your favorites on demand or from your DVR. Watch over 200 channels and binge watch data-free with Verizon Wireless. And search for movies and TV shows on the go. The way you watch just got better. FiOS TV app. Included in your FiOS TV subscription. Download it today.
Hi, my name is David Worrell, owner of Zero Drive. Do you want to be more comfortable in your home again, no matter the season? Maybe it's insulation, windows and doors, or heating and
One of these days we'll go back racing.
Experts at Zero Drive, and let us assess your situation and find the best solution for you.
It's been over a half an hour,
We've
so.
helped over 20,000 homeowners, so I know we can make you more comfortable again. I promise. We're the guys to call. Our name says it all. Zero Drive.
Big Noon Saturdays are back on Fox. Get ready to start Saturday strong each and every week with the Big Noon Kickoff pregame show, followed by the marquee game of the day every Saturday. Get ready for some Big Noon energy this fall, right here on Fox. Well, energy, the key word. Electricity, the key word. Some of the portable lights that are being raised and pointed toward the racetrack.
See, the lighting is not the only thing they need to fix, though. They need to fix the timing and scoring.
But because of it, it created a power surge, and that has impacted the racetrack here at Worldwide Technology Raceway.
Lighting is not the only issue here.
That had gone out and are now not yet at full capacity, but also the electricity and related to the timing and scoring for NASCAR. So they're in the process of getting that restored before we can go back racing. And
Yeah, so even if they do fix the lights, we still have the issue of the timing and scoring.
For Todd Gilliland, before the race started, we talked about big picture, and he said, in order to be an actual championship contender, we have to continue getting better. As we started off this race tonight, do you feel like you've been in a position to improve the truck that you have?
Yeah, we definitely need to improve it. So we've struggled a little bit tonight, but you know, my front row motorsports Crosley guys are working really hard, and luckily we still have another break to work on. Our short run speed is not really good, so that's what we're working on the most right now. I feel like after 7-8 laps we kind of even out and can kind of hold our own, but just frustrating losing spots on restarts continuously, just like one at a time. It just feels like we're slowly bleeding, so just need to be able to hold
Sheena.
on restarts and maybe get a little bit more aggressive.
Sheena,
but,
can you turn the lights back on?
Definitely excited to still have another chance to work on it.
That was one
Can
of the
you
things
fix
that we
the
talked
timing
about in
and
that
scoring?
first stage was your restarts. You said on the radio you just had no grip. You felt like you could have done a better job getting heat in the tires.
I don't know how
before we went
reliable
back to
she
green.
is.
Where do you feel like you are as a driver right now?
I mean, you can always be better. I feel like just throughout my 4 or 5 years in the truck series, I've definitely learned a lot as far as that. And then, but also at the same time, you kind of forget some of the things you learned your whole life growing up. At the local short track, you have to keep your tires super hot, but at a mile and a half, it's maybe not as much important in the truck series. So you always got to focus on the basics, but also keep learning new things. And it's all about the team around you. They've just been pointing me in the right direction all night tonight, and we win and lose as a team. So we'll come out of here best we can, and try and improve our truck.
It's Todd Gilliland with a good head on his shoulders. Vince?
Well, and Todd Gilliland.
Officials are taking Sheldon Creed around the backstretch to see if their temporary lights are suitable for racing. The thing is, that's not the only issue. We still have the issue of the timing and scoring. This is still fucked up. Like,
Sheldon Creed ended up taking home that victory, and not only did he win Worldwide Technology, then he took it, as you guys have talked about, maybe even taking the same truck to Phoenix. He did that and won at Phoenix and the championship as well, did Creed. But Gilliland thinks he's got a little more to say about it this year.
I love that interview with Todd Gilliland. you know this, you get better every day as a race car driver. You're going to learn things. You're going to make mistakes along the way. He was very honest about where he is as a driver. The job he did winning at COTA, he looked like an experienced veteran that was going to be someone to deal with in this championship. And if you have the attitude that by saying, I'm going to mess up, but I'm going to get better, I'm going to learn each week, that's what it takes to be a champion.
Absolutely. I like exactly what he said there. It was, I know that I've made mistakes and I can get better. And then he's going back to his roots of when he ran late model races with keeping the tires hot, because those are bias ply tires most of the time. They need a different combo for restarts or for long run speed. Right now, struggling a little bit on short run speed, and they just got to find the right adjustments to be able to balance all these different restarts, but also have the long run in it. So he's doing the right things. You know, you have to admit when you make mistakes, but you always have to learn. The day you stop learning, the day you go a lap down.
Yeah, I know he's not satisfied, but still they've run top 5 much of the night, currently running 8, so certainly not all that bad, or it certainly could be worse. So let's go back downstairs, check in again with Regan.
Well, Derek Kraus missed out barely on the playoffs last week or 2 weeks ago at Watkins Glen. So much fun to watch you nearly get this Napa truck into the playoffs. Tonight, though, 9th place right now. You've had a great run from 17th where you started this race off. So far, looking good tonight.
Yeah, for sure. So far, we've.
I'm down to tape that some flashlights to the hood and send it. Ryan Truex.
First stage, we tuned on a little bit, and now these guys at MHR have this number 19 Napa Auto Parts Toyota Tundra looking good.
This has been a good track for you, Derek. 13th a year ago here. What I want to talk about, though, is your crew chief, Mark Hillman. This team has really seen a resurgence since he's come in about 5 or 6 races ago. What's that been like for you as a driver to have a crew chief with that much energy come in and see an immediate performance gain and the performance getting better?
Yeah, Mark, I mean, he's been a lot of help for sure. As soon as he stepped up as the crew chief role, he took over, and ever since, I feel like we've had some really fast Toyota Tundras. So being able to have that confidence in him to bring me fast trucks to the racetrack, it means a lot to me and gives me confidence as a driver that I can drive it to the front if we start in the back like we did tonight, and so far we're able to do that.
Jamie, they've looked so far so good tonight. A lot of speed for Derek Kraus again tonight, as it has been for the past 4 or 5 races.
But for Carson Hocevar, Regan, it has not looked good so far. He just told me that the truck is terrible. What is it you're struggling with?
Just really tight. You know, we got ourselves in a
Carson Hocevar looks like
a starting air pressure really low and went straight to the back. The guys are working hard. I mean, it's tough. It's not easy to unload really good, and just missed it so far. Hit through another swing at it. We tried and struck out so far, but you know, we're gonna keep swinging. Phil Gould and Cody Efaw ain't giving up for Al Neese and these guys, so just not good yet.
Well, it might be frustrating tonight. Let's talk big picture with the playoffs. You made it in your rookie season. You said the difference right now is that the truck is being built around you. What does that mean?
I mean, you know, whatever I say kind of is the direction we got to go. Especially me being the one in the playoffs. You know, it's you know, I'm really tight, so we're gonna make them freer for sure when we get back to the shop. But yeah, it's big to build around it. It's just you're only as good as your sim, and obviously our sim was off.
You can feel the frustration coming off of Carson Hocevar, Regan.
Well, one of the guys we certainly expected to see up front tonight, Jamie, John Hunter Nemechek. You're making it exciting for us right now, though. I know you talked about on the radio that truck.
It'd be more exciting if you were racing.
The adjustments you made on that first pit stop helped so far.
Yeah, they helped a little bit. I still feel like we have a little ways to go on our Moto 1 Toyota Tundra, but Eric Phillips made a better adjustment there. We just started too free. It's really hard, no practice, trying to get, I guess, perfect off the truck, but at the same time, we should have been a little bit closer. So overall, Kyle told me so. I'm just going to leave that there. He knows what I mean. But overall, solid performance so far. We're able to get some stage points there, not fall too far back. But really hard to pass with no pit strategy here. With coming down pit road and having the mandatory brakes, it's hard to pass. So it comes down to restarts, and we couldn't fire off there. So hopefully we got it better.
I'm going to have to do a little bit more digging to find out what the Kyle told me so thing is. I feel like there's a good inside joke there that we need to have the answers to. I want to ask you about you guys on the radio. When I listened to you and Eric Phillips during the start of this race, and things weren't going good, you were going backwards, it was still very, very calm. Is that the veteran crew chief, the veteran drivers yourself kind of coming together and saying, hey, it's early in the playoffs, we know how to handle this?
Yeah, I think so. I think for me, I've been in different situations where we haven't had the greatest truck in years past or greatest car, and you still have to maximize that opportunity. That's kind of my background. So being able to maximize it, get some positions there on that last reset.
Oh, there we go. Timing and scoring is fixed.
Get those stage points, I guess, and not fall too far back on our cushion that we have is pretty big. But I have faith in Eric. He has faith in me. We have faith in each other. And
Timing and scoring is fixed.
Do our job and execute, not make mistakes. And we didn't wreck it, so that was good. Now we can adjust on it. We have 2 shots here with mandatory brakes, so hopefully we can get it better.
I'm pretty
on this
sure.
next one and keep going to the front.
Vince, I still want to know what Kyle told me so was all about from John Hunter a minute ago. You got Kurt in the booth. Maybe he can help out.
Well, I think it's interesting. Nemechek and Hocevar both talked about the fact of the sim and how the trucks come off the hauler, how close they are, and what a difference that makes with no practice. And they have sim, but nothing compared to what the Cup teams have. It's been a rarity that this team has missed. I mean, they have rolled off the truck through these 5 wins. I mean, they have been good off the hauler just about every week.
It's been impressive. Obviously, John Hunter, an experienced veteran racer, but I mean, he turned away Kyle Busch in 2 of those wins early in the season and made a statement. I think that statement was, we're here to win, and he talked about that all off season, that he's made this move to do just what he's doing and made himself the championship favorite. This team has been on a roll, and you know, Kurt, I know it probably hurt early in this race to struggle like they have, but darn, that could be a part of winning this championship, knowing that you're going to have to overcome adversity to get to Phoenix and be able to win this thing.
Yeah, those guys didn't even break a sweat on what happened in that first stage. They're staying calm, they're staying cool. I don't know what Kyle's saying of I told you so, but if I had to guess, nothing's easy. Nothing's a given. You've got to go out there and earn it. And so these guys are going to shake this little stage off. What I noticed, though, the replay last year when Creed won, daytime race. Here we have a nighttime race. You have to go to the sim for all the information. You got to go off of this, got to go off of that. It's tough to get these trucks dialed in with all the different changing conditions.
And let's go to Nemechek again, just for this point. I'd like to get your input on this, Kurt. Nemechek came to the Truck Series to run for your brother. Their hashtag slogan, here for wins, to show that he deserves an opportunity in good equipment at the Xfinity or Cup level again, places he has already been. Has he done enough this year to earn that opportunity in your estimation?
He built the foundation, he built the house. It's sitting there, and now it's just needing the front facade and the landscaping, and that is a couple more wins or the championship. He's going to finish off this season the way that he wants his career to go. And if he finishes as a champion, that means to me that it needs everybody's eye from the Xfinity Series, that's with a top team, that needs a talent to go into their car. But Hunter Nemechek knows that it's not just the talent anymore. You have to have your relationships and your partnerships with different sponsors around you to work your way back up to the top. And so this is a season for him to feel good, to race for wins, but also to build his career back up and ultimately get back to Cup and those race wins.
Well, we'll see if he can claw his way to the top and get his second win at this racetrack tonight. We're getting closer. The lights are going back up. The electricity is coming back. We're going to go racing here shortly. Stay tuned.
Good. Oh my God, we still have the stupid fucking pit stops.
Managing type 2 diabetes?
On it. With Jardians.
They're 22 million prescriptions strong. Meet the people who are managing type 2 diabetes and heart risk with Jardians. Jardians is a once-daily pill that can reduce the risk of cardiovascular death for adults who also have known heart disease, so it can help save your life from a heart attack or stroke. And Jardians lowers A1C.
Jardians can cause serious side effects including dehydration, genital yeast or urinary tract infections, and sudden kidney problems. Ketoacidosis is a serious side effect that may be fatal. A rare but life-threatening bacterial infection in the skin of the perineum could occur. Stop taking Jardians and call your doctor right away if you have symptoms of this bacterial infection. Ketoacidosis sepsis, or an allergic reaction. And don't take it if you're on dialysis or have severe kidney problems. Taking Jardiance with a sulfonylurea or insulin may cause low blood sugar.
Lower A1C and lower risk of a fatal heart attack? Yep, they're on it with Jardiance. Ask your doctor about Jardiance.
Make this the summer you taught them what it means to serve. The summer of hauling happiness by the ton and bringing home hardware by the handful, where traditions were passed down on the tailgate. And the only thing more powerful than the feeling was the truck that took you to it. Make this the summer of Ram.
Right now, get 0% financing for 72 months, plus no monthly payments for 90 days on the 2021 Ram 1500.
The Kentucky Fried Chicken Sandwich with brioche buns, mayo, pickles, and a quarter-pound filet as far as the eye can see. Get comfy, it's gonna be a while. This thing is huge. Get the Kentucky Fried Chicken Sandwich for just $3.99. It's finger-looking good.
Did you hear that? State Farm thing. Da-da-da-da-da. I think we're in a commercial. Jake from State Farm, I knew it.
Don't worry, Chris. These are gonna go surprisingly great.
Dad, look!
Ooh, you see? Surprising. Just like State Farm's surprisingly great rates.
I didn't even report.
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Blue Emu Super Strength Original Formula is now available in 3 convenient sizes. Whether you need relief at home, in your gym bag, or on the go. Blue Emu works fast and you won't stink. An official partner of MLB and NASCAR.
Trucks still sitting on pit road, but we are getting word that we're getting closer. The power coming back, at least in bits and pieces, timing and scoring.
Pace car's making laps. Still got that dark spot. Honestly, I don't think that's the biggest issue. It was the timing and scoring.
We're waiting to see if they can finally get these lights. Kurt, Mike, as you look at that backstretch there, is that too dark or is it light enough to race?
Well, Vince, our Fox Sports cameras certainly make it look brighter than it is, as is the case. To me, that's questionable. As they've raised the lights on the back straightaway, it seems to be helping. Timing and scoring obviously is a big issue as well. So I appreciate the effort bringing the temporary lights in and seeing if we get stuff get it bright enough.
Yeah, that's not bright enough to race. I'm sorry, that is not bright enough to race.
Out there than it
I thought for a second that it was, but they showed a different angle. Yeah, there's no way they could race in that.
It looks just fine. I mean, I saw that truck all the way down.
From the booth, right? That's right. I got the safety of this booth. There's a roll cage around me. I feel good. I got my plastic sheets up here for COVID. We're good to go.
Well, maybe Stuart Friesen would have some input on whether or not it's too dark. What do you say, Regan?
Well, I love how the two drivers in the booth that are sitting there watching this and don't have to go do it are saying it's fine, send them, it'll be okay. Stuart Friesen, you've raced in a lot of dirt tracks throughout your career. This looks brighter than some of those places I'm sure you've been at. It's good to go, right?
It probably is. If they had somebody back there throwing dust in your face, it'd really make it feel like home. But it's pretty wild. We got a great Toyota Tundra tonight, best truck we've had in 2 years. And it's been a lot of fun. I said earlier, I thought
hey, do you know Jaden? Of course I do.
And they certainly are. We got brought me a great truck.
Jaden's my longest viewer. Well, no, there's just one other guy, but he's kind of like inconsistently watches me. Jaden's my longest consistent viewer.
How good is it to see the results coming now and the things starting to get better every time?
Or are you talking about Jaden Smith?
It's awesome. Just really
Will Smith's son.
Best guy anybody could drive for, and he's behind us, and we're getting it better and better, and everybody's cheering. So I guess we're getting ready to do something here.
All right, you got to go back to work, Jamie.
Yes, drivers are being told to get close to getting back into their trucks. Ryan Truex knew coming into this race he was going to struggle with being in the dirty air. What effect?
Drivers are being called to their cars, apparently.
It's been tough. Our Marquis Spa's hot tub time machine at least looks good. I think we've got a decent truck. It's just a matter, like I told you before the race, just track position. Not qualifying and having to start where we are. We're kind of fighting what Carson's fighting, just tight, kind of chatter in the front tires.
Why do you want to know his full? I know his full name, but
dirty air and just racing.
You talking about N1N Jaden? I'm not sure if I should say his full name.
16th, 18th. Everyone's racing so hard.
That's
really
not
just
my
trying to break free of that.
that's not my information to give
We're
out.
usually good. It's just a matter of breaking free, and we just haven't done that yet. So we'll go to work on it. I think we're strapping in now, so hopefully we'll get back to racing and figure it out.
Yes, you're going to get another shot at it. It's Ryan Truex, Spence.
It's interesting. IndyCar driver Connor Daly spotting for Ryan tonight.
Sheena, are you enjoying your nap?
I'd blame it on the new guy.
Yeah, that's right. I love what Ryan said, how tough it is when you're running 16th to 20th, because, I mean, the air is obviously very disturbed back there, and everybody's just trying to get everything they can, so a lot of times you wind up in that 3 and 4 wide situation back in the pack, and man, it's frustrating.
Yeah, I'm talking about Edwin and Jaden. I just think we're talking about two different people. I've known Jaden for years. No, I know who you're talking about. That Jaden's awesome.
But man, it's difficult.
First round of the playoffs with this opening race here at Worldwide Technology, and then we're going to go to Darlington. I mean, you talk about 3 different kinds of racetracks, Mike. You've got this 1.25 miles, and then we go to Darlington, and it's certainly like no other. And then, speaking of like no other, Bristol to wrap up round 1, then out to Vegas to begin round 2, then the Super Speedway with Talladega, and then we wrap it up at Martinsville, which determines our championship 4, and then we'll settle the title in Phoenix on November 5th.
So we go from the biggest track at Talladega to the littlest one at Martinsville, and I think that really tells you.
What happened?
Well, this is certainly a good sign. The lights have come back on
Hey!
the backstretch, and that backstretch looks a lot better than the.
All right, we're ready to do this.
Yeah, we're going racing, Vince. Drivers to the trucks, and we're going to get this thing rolling.
No, we are. We're talking about the same person. It's just, it's not my information to give out. If Jaden texted me right now and he was like, yeah, you can say my name, then I'd say it. But it's just like,
Every new Chevy Equinox.
like, you wouldn't want me giving out your address to somebody else, you know?
Emergency braking. Find new protection. Find new roads. Chevrolet.
It's like a respect
Can
thing.
I get a hamburger? Like a small fries and a vanilla shake. And 1 Big Mac. Thanks.
You've been loyal.
Do 5 jumping jacks? Are you fucking high?
Now every order earns points redeemable.
Do I look like somebody who does jumping jacks? Are you fucking on crack?
Protein, low sugar, tastes great.
You know what? Fine. I'll do 5 jumping jacks.
High protein, low sugar. Birthday cake.
Pure protein bars and shakes for every fitness routine.
Oh boy.
To be a legend, you have to be
2,
a legend.
3, 4, 5. There we go. You happy?
Sorry, it just locked in a great refinancing rate for my student loans with Credible.com. Woo! I'm the Credible.
It's either credible or it's not.
Sheena, you look dumb as fuck.
This is how Bridget got me to switch to Alden. Bridget loved Alden, but I didn't know what to do. I was like,
5 more? Dude, I already sat back down.
and I was like, yes, get the grandma.
You could have said 5 more when I was still standing up.
And I'm like, they have all the cheeses. Brownie mix? Yes, the best brownies. Tail and shrimp? Oh, the shrimps have tails. So then I was like, have you tried the red bag chicken? It's insane. And you were like, holy cow. I don't say holy cow. All my shopping now is legit from Aldi.
Low prices, every aisle, every day. House there. This house is a 1.
I don't know, there's a lot of zeros on that price. It's got a breakfast milk.
Eat your vape for as long as you can. Alright.
But it's too spendy. We have years to pay for it. I thought the attic was pretty scary. Did anybody else see the attic?
Throughout your entire life, you've been in your own
Welcome back to NASCAR Truck Series Racing on FS1, presented by Blue Emu. Great sight. Drivers back in their trucks. If by chance you're just joining us, they've had a power outage at the track. Lights went out, timing and scoring down. All caused by a fire off the property that caused a power surge in the transformer. And Fortunately, things have been restored, at least it seems at this point. The lights are certainly back on. Timing and scoring is up and running again. Drivers in the trucks, and it's like we're going to go racing here at stage 2.
Oh boy.
46 laps to go in the second
Again.
stage. Just to recap,
I'm good.
Sheldon Creed there in that 2 truck was your stage 1 winner.
Saw Johnny Sauter there. Johnny with a new crew chief here this weekend. He's in the 14th spot, so solid so far. Trying to move up inside the top 10. Austin Hill, Vince, he's back in 11. That's a little bit of a surprise along with John Hunter Nemechek, but we've seen John Hunter make some progress. Austin really hasn't. He's been stuck just right there, just outside the top 10.
And Chandler Smith went out early, lap 25. Had
So a 55-minute red flag.
And they've been working on that truck in the garage area for, well, since lap 25. He went in and been off track. So certainly his championship hopes taking a hit tonight,
along with Carson Hocevar, who hasn't run well. We talked to him earlier down on pit road. He's really frustrated about the handling on his truck, and hopefully making some adjustments and can race up. But right now, he and Chandler Smith set 20+ points back outside.
You rocking a box mod, fam?
Outside of the
nope.
The round that will the 8 trucks.
Just a normal disposable.
Yeah, you saw Smith back on.
And another normal disposable. And another normal disposable, except it's signed by Timmy Hill.
And we were told that the drivers were going to take a couple of laps around track, just making sure that the lighting is.
I think we got this bit,
and it certainly looks like.
Can you say? I feel like if I say that, then it's gonna be used for something bad. But fuck it. Wooback runs Lava Planet.
They had to use the temporary light. Somebody hit the switch, things are back on and good to go.
The work with Jordan Anderson as they've got the hood up on that truck. I was kind of hoping, timing and scoring, they could score it like the old days. They used to do it with pencil.
Mr. Samuel, sir, how can I donate?
It was a
You can Venmo me or Cash App me. It's my same username as the YouTube channel.
Was my scorer for
and that's how you can donate.
And I ended up gaining a couple laps.
But
no, I'm just kidding.
Hey, you're going to be on
you
track,
shouldn't give me your money. You should save your money.
What are your thoughts about the challenge ahead for you guys?
In the Cup Series, that's one of my favorite tracks. I love racing at Michigan because you have the challenge of the aero, and then the track always has that handling characteristic, one end of the track versus the other. And then for some reason, the fuel mileage always comes into play at Michigan. So you got to be ready for anything. And with no practice, it just makes it that much more challenging. But we're locked into the playoffs. Things are looking pretty smooth on the #1.
I'll PayPal you to do it on camera. Yeah, my PayPal's the same too.
To XM NASCAR today, and there was a race from 2009 that Mark Martin won, and there was 3 different leaders on the last lap, and all of them ran out of gas. Biffle ran out of gas just before.
You know what drop the bomb is?
And then Mark ran out of gas and coasted across the start-finish line. But and you remember Dale Jr. with a big win back, broke a winless streak back 10 years ago with a fuel mileage win there at Michigan.
I'm not a good dancer.
It's crazy, like you said, how it sometimes seems to play out that way at Michigan.
I've won a race there with a rain-shortened event. I've won a race there before we even knew what coil binding springs were. And then I think one of my most dominant cars in 2007 when I was with Penske, we were able to win there. So that's, you got to just continue to adapt. Michigan's
I don't know which one it is.
Old school things pop up and bite you.
Well, I remember vividly when you're talking about coil binds, and most of the time that meant front springs, but you look like you were driving.
It's like the worm. You think I can do that shit?
The ground, and you were driving away from the field.
But you do it from the top?
Setup that you had.
Yeah, there's no way that's gonna happen.
Fun memories.
Yeah, that was 2013. I was with Furniture Row and Cole Pern.
I don't even know how. Like, I don't even know what you're describing. Like, I know what the worm is, but I don't know what like you're really describing. And even if I did, I don't think I'd be capable of doing it.
There's Chandler Smith, got his truck repaired and back on the track. He's just looking to gain a point or two, Vince. Anything he can to try to salvage something here this evening.
That 1 point could make a difference. you never know, so you want to get it if possible. And if you're keeping track at home, that red flag, just under 49 minutes, 48 and some change, as the trucks will make their way down the front stretch, and they'll come to
that was
the choose
annoying.
zone. So will these drivers pick the inside lane or the outside for this restart?
2 takes the outside.
$5.
He was successful starting out there last time.
Do a cartwheel. Why do you want me to do physical stuff? I like sitting.
Comfort that you're not going to get bounced up out of the groove. We'll see if I'm right or wrong.
And Friesen's in the third spot. He's that blue truck. Most likely will go to the inside. I was going to say outside before he chose. But man, again, like we've seen this shake out so far, 50-50. But the good news is we're going back racing.
That's right.
And what do you see as the deciding factor in what you would want to choose inside or outside for this restart?
Well, what I would do if I were Sheldon Creed is just what he did there. I like the outside. You're not going to get loose down on the bottom. And he put his teammate below him. Earlier, when he put Stuart Friesen down there, knowing what kind of racer, the aggression level of Stuart
Top
Friesen,
3 NASCAR drivers of all time. Number 3, Jimmy Johnson. Number 2, Richard Petty. Number 1, Dale Earnhardt.
Hold your truck steady on the bottom when you're racing side by side.
Dale Earnhardt's the greatest driver of all time.
A flat corner, and you are hauling the mail when you get down there.
Yeah, that's that whole tiptoeing loose on entry.
Yeah, are you a sussy Bacchus?
Just behind
I don't believe
the truck
so.
to the outside, or you're on the inside, but you got a few feet there. It pours a ton of air onto your nose, and then you lose.
Oh, you said Baca. I thought you said Bacchus. I was like, that doesn't sound right.
All right, let's focus. We got stage 2 here.
To me, it's Weatherly, Martin, Baker in that order.
on the outside, and his
I know you're kidding, so that's why it's funny.
And after a 48-minute red flag,
back green.
Back on, and the racing is going strong.
Clean restart for Creed. He's going to jump out there handsomely.
Going to bring Ben Rhodes with him too. See John Hunter up on the outside.
What if the lights go back out?
A little bit of noise for the first time tonight.
Boys and girls are right back at it.
How difficult is it just to flip a switch?
Can you do the common challenge?
How do these drivers get ready after
The cinnamon challenge.
You put your helmet on, right?
I'll PayPal you $20. Do we even have cinnamon?
Yeah, look at this jockeying for position. There's Ty Majeski in at 66, but a big night for him tonight, although he's...
Why do you want me to do weird things for money? This reminds me of like junior high in high school. I would just do stupid shit in the lunchroom and people would give me money for it.
Yeah, he was. He was right there. He had to kind of give room, and now he's to the inside. Right down in there.
That's a bad position, and he does get a little bit loose, but is able to gather it up.
Wow. That is
You're bored.
right there. You can see sideways again on exit.
He'll have a perfect side draft, but he did lose some momentum off before, but we'll see what he does down here in 1-2.
That's Ingram and Gilliland.
You're in 8th grade.
These two.
Not giving up.
Oh, contact there.
I'm in 19 years old.
Majeski.
We're still going at it back there. Here comes Finger in the 9 truck.
Yeah, I think that was Eckes, actually, that got into the back of Gilliland a little bit. And now Enfinger getting in there, and that's interesting with Enfinger and Eckes.
They going forward?
Yeah, they split that 98 ride, and they are going.
Can you guys put the leaderboard on screen?
8 yards in. Haley's putting her nose out in there. Go, girl. Grab some spots.
All this happening back around the 15th spot.
Yeah, she made a nice move to the bottom there. Got inside of Enfinger. Look at him back there. Tightening it up.
And all what's happening now is the trucks are taking in the setup changes. This is that 6 to 9 lap range where the tires are heating up, air pressures are about right, and now you're really getting that confidence of the grip level. Plus the track really settled in and cooled off during that red flag break.
Watch this 98 of Eckes. A little contact of the 38. Ooh.
Wasn't room for 3 trucks, but he made room.
And then 4 ended up coming through.
Man, remember when Gilliland
Are you a Deegan simp?
struggling?
Yeah.
Restart. That's the perfect case of.
I love that girl. She's awesome. Well, love is a strong word. She's very cool and very pretty.
No struggle at the front. Look at Sheldon Creed stretching it out. Over the the...
Are you a Red Sox fan? Hell yeah, bro.
Crafton running third, Stuart Friesen fourth. Reed has led much of this race tonight, was the stage 1 winner, and certainly has had the strongest truck so far this evening. And he won this race last year. Was not
Something tells me the timing and scoring is not fixed.
been that good tonight.
Because this leaderboard is still acting up.
The timing and scoring still not working properly. And
Yeah.
you're not seeing the pylon on the left-hand side of the screen per normal.
It's all right. We'll just stick right here on the bumper cam with Crafton. Grab the third gear, off turn 2, and grab the board. That's where we were when we lost the lights.
Yeah, timing and scoring is being all weird and shit.
And you'll hear he ran third gear in between 1 and 2, but just leaves it in fourth down here. Longer sweeping corner, so he chooses to leave it in high through there. Listen to him work this gas.
Definitely grabbing gears and trying to make the best lap time you can. But the more that you use the transmission, the more it heats up everything.
I thought Ben Rhodes made an interesting comment during the course of the red flag and during the interview. He spoke about the move to Toyota and TRD and what Toyota Research and Development has really done such a great job with all of their race teams, but particularly you hear drivers talk about the assistance that they get from them, whether it's from a fitness or a nutrition standpoint, all things outside of the truck that Toyota does to help their drivers and help their teams be better. And the drivers talk a lot about that. I mean, it means a lot to them, and they think it's a big help in making them better.
Yeah, it's been fun to watch the development of these young racers too. It just, whether you go back before they get to the Truck Series, Vince, in the late models or Menards East or West, you know, they just come to the Truck Series with a lot of knowledge and a lot of experience about how to go fast, and it's fun to watch.
Oh, this guy knows how to go fast. Jeff Stankiewicz, the crew chief, has given Sheldon Creed quite a piece tonight. How about it, Jamie Howe?
Well, for Sheldon Creed, he is our defending champion. He's also our defending race winner from running here last year. But he told me one of the things that championship taught him that he's applying to these playoffs is he just needs more details. He's looking for more information. He wants to better understand why things are working the way they are. When he just got word from his team that he was now building out a gap, he asked them, what is my gap? What is the pace? What is everybody else turning? You guys don't have timing and scoring, but the teams don't have it at the racetrack right now either. So Sheldon's not getting all the information that he wants, but he still has a truck that
This was weird. I don't like this, honestly.
They need timing and scoring. I would just look out there and see that big gap between first and second. That's all the timing and scoring they need, isn't it?
Yeah, the mirror will show you what you got for a gap. It's a good feeling when you're out front, but you want to know what pace you're supposed to push the tires at. Because the key thing is if you start backing off your pace now in stage 2, and then everybody else shows up for the final run, you better have your hand.
What lap are we on? That's another question. Is what lap are we on? Lap 80?
This race, so right at the halfway mark in the race. They'll go to lap 110 at the end of stage 2.
That's really frustrating for Matt Crafton because he probably feels like he's got a faster truck than Rhodes that he's chasing, but he just can't make the move. Look at him getting right up on the hit him. That's your only option, but that's your teammate. How do you hit him?
No, not supposed to.
81.
It's funny, like I was watching the 99th line a couple laps ago.
Yeah, this is weird. Because this timing and scoring, it was weird because it was working for a few minutes. And then it stopped working again, so. This still says we're on lap 66, but apparently we're on lap 82 now.
Gas on exit like it got a little bit tight. Maybe he can take advantage of the slower truck. No, he's going to get well out of the way, so Crafton will again just have to follow along in the tire tracks of Ben Rhodes as Stuart Friesen begins to close in on the two battling for second.
There's Zane Smith and John Hunter Nemechek trying to make their way up toward the front. Nemechek, as he talked
It's kind of weird, though. I kind of don't like this because we could just, like, we're not sure if the results are really the results right now.
in that first stage, worked on it during the stage break, got a little bit better.
Oh, you're on MRN? That's smart.
But still not completely satisfied with their truck.
is a learning process as they race for the 6th position. It's a situation that Nemechek hasn't been in a lot this season, struggling just to run in the top 10. So they're learning, and will use the lessons they learned tonight to be better as we race on through the playoffs.
Well, in this close racing, I think, though, Mike, is an indication of how tight this playoff group is. And if it's not going to be John Hunter, as we talked about, maybe coming into this...
Dude, imagine being at this race right now and just not even knowing where everyone is.
competitive all of them are.
Because it's already hard to tell where people are. But then you can't even see the leaderboard.
Are out there trying to get the job done themselves.
And Tyler Ankrum, as you mentioned, drivers that are not in the playoffs. Just a nice run here, battling Zane Smith. And Zane slipped just a little bit, we saw there. And John Hunter got around him. And look what it's cost him. You talked about how competitive it is. He went from running in 6th, and he's going to fall all the way outside the top 10. Well, Ankrum can't quite get the move made, but great point, Vince, how competitive our truckers are.
And a lot of the drivers have talked about the fact they think this is the most competitive the series has ever been. The younger guys obviously don't have quite the background that a guy like Crafton or Sauter or some of the veterans might have, but even those who have experience will tell you it is tough to win in this series right now. Jamie?
As we watch Tyler Ankrum in that number 26 up against Zane Smith in front of him in the number 21, talked to Ankrum about not making this playoffs, and he said, you know, it is a tough pill to swallow for sure. They had high hopes at the beginning of the season, but what it's taught him at just 20 years old is that he has a fight in him that he didn't know he had before. He's learned that he likes the process of getting knocked down and getting back up again, and that's what his goal is for these final 7 races. He wants to end it with a victory. He wants to end with at least one win to carry himself into 2022, but he said at the end of the day, this has been a really great learning experience for him at a young age.
Yeah, a couple of third-place finishes this season, 3 top 5s in total. And Kurt, how about that? I mean, you never stop learning as a young driver, but teams are all chasing goals, and maybe the goal is different for every team. It's certainly different for the 2 team that's running for a championship and the 26 team that's not in the playoffs.
Yeah, everybody's got a different agenda, and then with no practice in a lot of these races, it's all about adaptability. And if you had a day race the time before, and now you're racing at night, you have to...
Yeah, even if this race was in the daytime, it still wouldn't fix the timing and scoring issues, you know. We got the lights issue fixed.
And there's the agenda of a playoff team versus a team that is switching crew chiefs and trying to get better for next year. So a lot of different things, and that's what makes this so great.
Lap 88.
Here in stage 2, as you watch Ben Rhodes and his teammate Matt Crafton battling for position.
Crafton's got to be frustrated. Look at the speed he has.
He's got to run maybe this time.
He's been faster in the middle of 3 and 4. Got that good run down the front. That's going to open the door. Can he get inside, Ben? Squeezes it down, maybe. No, didn't quite get it done.
Had a chance to put a fender on him, didn't do it. Racing with his teammate there.
He was kind to us. He didn't want to use up that bumper camera.
Well, there's plenty of time left in this race, too.
There is.
Still in this second stage.
What great shots that's giving us as well. You can really see Ben Rhodes.
20 to go in stage 2.
You see 20 laps to go here in this second stage.
Todd Gillen on the inside of Grant Enfinger making that move. Or did he? Yes, he did.
This is like the fucking caveman times of NASCAR that we're going back to right now.
Won stage 1 and stage 2, led 52 laps, finished 6th a couple of years ago.
Haley Deegan talked about running around the veterans and how much she's learning. You can see she's closed right up on the back of Enfinger in that 9 truck, and that's Johnny Sauter that she's ahead of. So certainly learning a lot and performing well here at Worldwide Technology.
Sauter behind him.
I like how some drivers have that larger arc into turn 1, and then they're able to bring it down off turn 2.
In St. Louis area, wouldn't that be arch?
Oh, you're right, that's an arch.
Turn
Yeah, some of them are really arching it in there, aren't they? That's going to give you that slingshot move down the back straightaway. No, it's the way the tires react right now at some of these flat tracks. You have to give up a little bit on entry and arc it wide, and then try to use the front turn on that and really make the straightaways longer, and that just adds to making your lap time better. So good trucks will carve and turn and run on the bottom side on exit.
And you can use that apron a bit down here in 3 and 4 as well to help your truck turn.
Lap 92. Thank you.
Each end is so diversely different.
Yep, you just got to find the right feel in the truck and try to get the best lap time you can, even when timing and scoring won't tell you how fast you're going.
Hey, if you were tuning in here to FS1 for the pay-per-view weigh-in for the Pacquiao-Ugas fight, that will come up next here on FS1 as soon as we are done this evening. We'll have that for you, so weigh in for the big fight. You won't miss it, but will come after the race here tonight for Worldwide Technology. We had a red flag of about 48 minutes because of a power outage in the area that affected the racetrack. The lights went down, the timing and scoring went off. As you see Danny Bone with a problem pulling down to the inside of the track.
There's a slow car. I don't think that would be a caution.
That North American Motor Car Toyota.
Danny running in the top 20 earlier, struggling, and Jamie, the 21, struggling as well.
Kenneth, what lap?
Yeah, Zane Smith has gone backwards. We saw him lead over 20 laps early on in the race. We reported the brake issue that he's having, and it's just getting worse. He's saying on the radio he's got to put the pedal all the way to the floor to get any sort of brake pressure, so he just doesn't have the confidence in that truck right now.
Man, that's a tough drive when you don't have the confidence in the brake pedal. And there's so many different combinations.
That might be a caution. That car is slowing down.
Cooling issues and just the way that his truck's having that pedal fade. I think I've heard that before from that group, and it's tough, man. You just gotta try to find the best way to deal with it, and you cannot get the best lap time out of the truck when you have brake problems.
Well, the team brought he and Sheldon Creed new trucks, and Sheldon's is obviously performing well. That's even adds to the frustration, doesn't it, Kurt, when you know your teammates got a truck like yours and he's able to perform at that level and you can't.
Yep, it just adds to it's like a salt the wound feel. You're just like, this is just not getting any better.
Great view.
95.
Back crafted inside the top 5 with his teammate Ben Rhodes up ahead. Everybody chasing Sheldon Creed continues to lead. Creed won stage 1 and seems to be on his way to winning stage 2, which would be nothing different here at Worldwide Technology. Grant Enfinger won the first 2 stages in 2019. Todd Gilliland won the first 2 stages in this race last year. Neither of them, I should add, won the race. Enfinger finished 6th and Gilliland finished 24th. So Creed hoping to break the trend tonight.
That's because as these races wind down, Vince, the aggression, it ramps up. You're going to get run into late in the race where maybe someone will say, I'll cut you a break right now. But that goes away in a hurry.
Well, that would be a comfortable advantage for Sheldon Creed. You know, you talked about it in the pre-race, Mike. This is a team that really has been very inconsistent down the stretch.
Creed in the lead, lap 98. So 12 to go on the stage.
The last 6-7 races?
Yeah, but the win at Darlington and a few top 5 since then, like you said, inconsistency. But, you know, when you're a champion and when you go to victory lane, you put all that behind you pretty quickly, especially when your team tells you, we think we had some aero issues. We think we can make these trucks even better for you in the playoffs. We're going to bring you a brand new truck out to St. Louis. We'll see how that goes. And now you see how it's performing. He's put those 35th place finishes well behind him.
10 laps left here in stage 2 as you see Sheldon Creed, the leader, and the playoff drivers.
10 to go in stage 2.
Blue spoiler on the back of the truck, the splitter there in the front is blue.
Man, I really wish timing and scoring would work.
Signifying that they are playoff drivers.
I like to look at Crafton's truck with that, Vince, because it's yellow. And you know when you see the blue on his windshield and his blue spoiler in the back that he's a playoff guy, as you see the same with 21. of Zane. What's going on there, I wonder? He's got issues.
Yeah, we've talked about the fact that he has been falling back. We heard Jamie Howe report that he was not comfortable with the truck, and this is not a good sign for another one of our playoff teams, Jamie.
As he brought the car down pit lane, he told the team that he was coming off of a 3 and 4, and it just spun out on him, or it's not spun out, but it turned out on him. So that confidence issue is just getting worse and worse as the team takes a look around it.
Wow, that is a huge, I mean, that's a blow right there. A playoff contender, everybody's scratching their heads. I mean, there's a brake problem is what the drivers are reporting, but man, if they undo the window net, that is DNF status right there. Wow.
Zane Smith is done.
Smith breaking early. He's made his way back.
Wait, do they have the timing and scoring back?
We talked about how 1 point or 2 points.
They just showed it on the. Oh no, they don't still.
As we see John Hunter still climbing up toward the front after a slow start, rebounding. He's inside of
they don't.
Creasing down the back.
And they're just chiseling away at it, right? You know, that's what a championship contender like those guys are going to do.
Don't show the leaderboard if it's not accurate.
And right now, he's reeling in.
It's going to confuse people.
They run longer and longer and longer.
We see the 66 of Tom Majeski, I think, been one of the stories of the night.
Yeah, I think so too. And it gives you a lot of insight as to how much speed those sport trucks have, even with Crafton running up front as well. So that's great as they race through the playoffs.
Big problems for two of our playoff contenders. The 18 of Chandler Smith going out early tonight has come back on track, but is 37 laps down.
Ow.
And Zane Smith, as you just saw, being pushed behind the wall. Coming to 5 to go here in stage 2.
Hey, look who's back, Vince.
Yep.
Chandler Smith, we talked about him making his way back to the track. He hears about the problems that Zane Smith has. He knows Carson Hocevar is off the pace, so he's just out there doing his job, working his butt off, running as good a lap time as he can, just trying to get everything he can out of this race after the disappointment early.
Never stop building that notebook, never stop learning, trying to get better. Take
Are you enjoying your lap?
Especially when you don't get practice, you don't get testing. Get every lap you can.
Well, that's Chase Purdy up ahead. Chase has been solid inside the top 20 all night long. You hear him downshifting in that
watching the TV.
Toyota.
I know, it's annoying. They don't have the leaderboards.
That looks fun to me, Kurt.
Gina, they don't have the leaderboards because the power went out.
Shift point around 7,000.
And the timing and scoring is not
trucks.
right. That's why they don't have
It's meant to try to equalize the
I
group.
know, it
It's
makes it
meant
like
to try to
confusing
cut
to
some
watch.
costs.
It's like,
But what it's done is it's created
hey, don't fall asleep on me. I'm trying to talk.
really tight group of competitors where you don't know who has the advantage. But man, that is just tough. Looking at the right side of the screen, watching a playoff contender walk back after a mechanical DNF.
That's a lonely walk, isn't it?
It's tough. It's tough. But you know, if there's anybody that's going to be able to bounce back, it's Zane and that group. And
4 to go. I think it's a little less.
I thought in 1 week. Still got a couple more weeks to bounce back.
Yeah, there's several guys that are going to be bunched together around the playoff bubble, so it's going to be fun for us to watch on TV. Frustrating and nerve-wracking for the competitors, but for us that get to watch the racing, it's going to be interesting.
And Zane Smith came into the playoffs 6th, but just with an 8-point advantage over Stuart Friesen and Chandler Smith, who were 9th and 10th, tied for 9th, if you will, with the playoff standings. You see 2 to go here in stage 2 for Sheldon Creed. No problems. That's Austin Wayne Self, lap vehicle there in front of it.
Self saying, I just need to run another lap or 2 here to stay from going a lap down, and maybe Creed will give him a little bit of a break since he's got such a big lead.
It's kind of what it looks like. Just like, yeah, you know, I'll just kind of ride this out and finish off the stage.
I just love the way, look at that 2 truck. He can run down on that apron in 3 and 4.
1 lap to go. And yeah, I should point out, I referenced Austin Wayne Self being a lap vehicle, trying to stay away from being a lap vehicle behind Creed, but
that's when you drive some of your best laps, isn't it? When you got the leader on your tail, he's like, I gotta go.
Leader's 1 truck back, and it's like, boom, you pick up 3 tenths. Wow. Yeah, Creed's going to win this one. Right on the stages, he's going to be a tough guy to beat here towards the end of this race.
And that team's got to be thinking, with the speed and the performance of this truck, taking that green and white checker flag, they got to be looking forward to Phoenix. I mean, they got to focus on the rest of the playoffs, but man, they got to feel good about what's ahead.
Sheldon Creed wins stage 2. Well, it's the 4th time that Creed has swept both stages.
All right, so caution's out.
How many of those would you say he's won?
Sheldon Creed wins the
This is
second
the 4th
stage.
time. So the 3 previous times, Mike, how many times would you say?
I'm guessing 1.
It sounds like a trick question.
Zero. Creed, boy, he hopes that doesn't hold true tonight. Let's go downstairs to Jamie Howe.
Zane Smith is back at the trailer now with the helmet off, out of the race. Obvious frustration for you. I heard you say something about coming off of turn 3 and 4. What happened out there? What was the final ending?
Yeah, we had just came off turn 4, and actually I had been shifting at that end, so it'd make more sense if it happened off of 2, but I don't know, some of the transmission just busted out of it, and I had no gears there, so really unfortunate. Of course, right in the playoffs, so I don't know, go win Bristol or Darlington.
Stage 2 done.
Yeah, and that's really, I think, the good thing is that he can win to get in. He can win to move to the next round. I mean, there's no saying that he couldn't still point his way into the next round. And I think the best news for Zane Smith is he's with a team that is capable of winning every time he rolls out.
Well said.
2 stages in the books. Still plenty to go.
Can I get a hamburger? Like a small fries and a vanilla shake. And 1 Big Mac. Thanks.
You've been loyal. We want to reward that. Introducing My McDonald's Rewards. Now every order earns points redeemable for free McDonald's.
At PNC Bank, we believe in the power of the watch out. That's why we created Low Cash Mode, the financial watch out that gives you the options and extra time needed to help you avoid an overdraft fee. It's one way we're making a difference. Low Cash Mode on Virtual Wallet from PNC Bank.
There's an America we build and one we explore. One that's been paved and one that's forever wild. But freedom means you don't have to choose just one adventure. You get both. Introducing the all-new 3-row Jeep Grand Cherokee L. Jeep, there's only one.
As your business changes, the United States Postal Service is changing with it. With e-commerce that runs at the speed of now, next day and 2-day shipping nationwide, and returns right from the doorstep. It's a whole new world out there. Let's not keep it waiting.
These used cars look the same, but how can you tell which one's the better deal?
Bringing Dad from Sarasota? Hey, Dad.
This one's broken. Dads are great, but let's say, show me the Carfax value. You'll get the most accurate price based on vehicle's actual. Look for me and stop everything. Shop at theallnewcarfax.com.
September 22nd, Fox is making television history again. It's the world's first Avatar singing competition series. Who will be your alter ego? Series premieres September 22nd after The Masked Singer on Fox.
Camping World Truck Series playoff racing. Here on FS1.
The wife is horny going to bed. Have a good one, my man. Have a good one.
Area that affected the racetrack. We've made our way through the first 2 stages, and that 2 truck right there of Sheldon Creed has been the star of the show so far, winning both stages in dominating fashion.
So when you say, Kurt, you think it's fairly safe to say Sheldon Creed might tell the crew don't change anything other than the tires, please?
I would say she's handling pretty darn good at this point, and yes, it would be tough to change anything on that truck. One thing I did notice, though, when they switched tires after that last break was the left front air pressure, how low it was. It almost looked like it was flat.
Yeah.
That's just what you have to do on these flat tracks, is you have the left side air pressure run super low.
How about that second stage? Look at those guys there. Ty Majeski, non-playoff driver. Derek Kraus, non-playoff driver. Ankrum, non-playoff driver. Eckes, I mean, these guys are in the mix. They are making it happen whether they're in the playoffs or not. Well, the pit stops are underway, and let's go downstairs to Regan.
Well, Vince, they are underway with the pit stops as we see the modified pit stops that we've talked about all night long. Right now, Matt Kraft in the 88 truck, he's in third place, struggling just a little bit with that truck, though, into turn 3 in particular. Can't get the back of the truck to grip quite like he wants it to, so they're going to make an adjustment for that. And you also see the hood up. He's been talking about how warm that truck has been all night long. They're taking this opportunity to actually hook up a cool-down unit, cool this engine down just a little bit to get him through the final stage. His teammate, the 99 of Ben Rhodes, who we saw him battling with early on in that stage, right now he said the track is tightened up too much. A lot of comments from Ben about the track finally starting to take rubber. His truck not necessarily liking the changes in the track as it gets tighter for him. So some big changes on this truck right now. His splitter's also making too much contact into turn 1. Jamie?
For Sheldon Creed, our race leader, part of this modified pit stop is that there's a couple of seconds where the truck sits on pit lane before NASCAR says that the team can go to work. And for he and his crew chief, Jeff Stankiewicz, that time was spent with Jeff telling him who he's going to be battling when they go back to green, who they think is going to be the strongest out there. And that message to him was Matt Crafton in the 88 and John Hunter Nemechek in the 4. So Sheldon's going to be looking for them on that restart. As far as adjustments go, they're going down half a pound of pressure in the left rear. And with the last stop in stage, after the stage 1 break, they made a big swing on the track bar. They're going to take half of that back and go up just a little bit. It got a little tight at the end.
This modified pit stop, if you're not familiar with it, they have used it before in the Camping World Truck Series. With the Cup teams and the Xfinity teams being in Michigan this weekend, this being a standalone race, the pit crews for the most part are in Michigan, gives these truck teams an opportunity to save some money. So their road guys are doing the pit stops, and you'll get 3 minutes to make your changes and adjustments, and you can only change the tires at the stage breaks.
Hey, Kurt, did they put a flat tire on the left front? Are you looking at that? That is so awesome. I mean, race fans, everybody tune in. That is not a flat tire. It is running on that low of air pressure. And as Creed rolls off pit road and they start to use the yellow flag to warm up the tires, that air pressure will come up. But it's trying to optimize it for the full 50-lap run. So you got to start super low. And it's right on edge, man. That is right on edge of slipping a sidewall on that bead.
What would you, is that 10 pounds of air pressure in that tire, or 12, or what would you get?
I would go, it's going to be close to 9. 8 is it's super low, but I hope they've got at least around 11 or 12 in that.
Goodyear gives you a recommendation of don't, make it any lower than X pounds, and teams always make it.
We always go past that, of course. Makes more grip.
The final stage for the playoff opener coming your way.
Jason, did you know Geico could save you hundreds on car insurance and a whole lot more?
They need to fix this fucking timing and
Michaela Maroney
scoring.
to get your frisbee off the roof?
I'll get it.
Wow.
Here you go.
Thank you, Michaela.
Dude, Dad, I'm gonna get it. You threw it. It's your frisbee.
Geico. Switch today and see all the ways you could save.
Visible is wireless that doesn't play games. No surprise fees, legit unlimited data for as little as $25 a month. And the best part, it's powered by Verizon. But it gets crazier. Bring a friend every month and get every month for $5, which is why I brought them. 2 $5 months right here. Plus the players in my squad. Then finally, my whole live stream. Boom. 12 months of $5 wireless.
Visible. Unlimited data as low as $25 a month. Or bring a friend and you both get a month for $5. Wireless that gets better with friends.
Reggie Bush used to eat breakfast somewhere else, but then he tried Wendy's breakfast.
Are those fresh eggs for me? He's become a really big fan of this. It's always bacon season over here. Tyler, please sign this for me. You man, Tyler? Keep killing those breakfast sandwiches. I appreciate you.
Yeah. Don't sell that online.
Choose wise. Choose Wendy's. Select breakfast croissants, now $1.99.
Just think, he'll be driving for real soon. Every new Chevy Equinox comes standard with Chevy Safety Assist, including automatic emergency braking. Find new protection. Find new roads. Chevrolet.
Make fitness routine with Pure Protein. High protein, low sugar. Tastes great. High protein, low sugar. So good.
High protein, low sugar. Birthday cake.
Try Pure Protein shakes with vitamins and minerals for immune support.
Back at the track, Worldwide Technology Raceway, Camping World Truck Series playoff action. And that backstretch is all lit up. Boy, it was earlier tonight. It was pitch black. The lights went out, the power outage. I was beginning to wonder whether we were going to get this thing going again or not. But great work by all involved to get the power restored. And timing and scoring still not 100% for us, and so you won't see the pylon down the left-hand side of the screen in all likelihood, but
You can flash that like every
now and then we'll show you that. We'll keep you abreast on who's running where. It hasn't been hard to figure out where that guy's
This is like the
running
caveman
all night.
days.
The two of Sheldon Creed has been out front, and it has been, boy, it's been a night to remember for that team so far. He has won both stages and has had far and away the best truck.
Well, I talked earlier about someone aggressive and who would send it. You see, Creed goes to the outside. Ben Rose is going to go to the bottom, and Vince, no one will go down into turn one harder, deeper than will Ben Rose. So it'll be interesting to see if Sheldon can hold that ground up on the outside.
Well, and guys, we've seen, how many laps did we see Matt Crafton trail behind Ben Rhodes when it looked like Crafton had the faster truck but couldn't get around it? So if you can get that spot, if you can get that lead position, it just may carry you to victory. I mean, it is so tough to get around the guy in front of you here.
And look who's lining up third. We've talked about John Hunter's struggles. He's gotten himself right into contention, and we know that team is, they can close. They've closed 5 times this year. Can they make it happen again tonight?
And there's Crafton running P4. I mean, outside of second row is sometimes a catbird seat on some restarts. But man, this is what it's all about. Those guys have put themselves in position, and these top 4, Friesen's in the mix, Majeski, but those top 4, they're going to be racing elbows out. That's what I learned in the pre-races. Everybody sharpen up their elbows. It's time to use them. It's going to be good here.
Yeah, that 52 of Friesen has had one of his better races of the season tonight as well. Creed and Rhodes on the front row, the final stage underway in Gateway.
John underneath check's got to put a block on Majeski. He's able to hold him off. But that's going to take away his offensive ability to make any moves.
Crafton slipped there too. It looked like maybe he could get. He did get on the outside of the 99. That's what he's been looking to do.
And he did it. He's clear.
Got the position. Second.
One thing I do like is that they haven't had much commercials since the oh shit. They haven't had much commercials since we went back racing, which I think is very necessary. Oh shit, there we go. Oh man.
Something's wrong with the Ford truck too.
Yes, absolutely.
Oh, they reckon. They reckon.
When trucks jumped out to avoid
See, that was eventually going to happen one way or another.
big collision. The 66 of Majeski. Oh, what a shame. He's had such a good night tonight.
Yes, he has. There's
Another playoff driver, Austin Hill, with a problem. Heavy damage.
Todd Gillen, a lot of damage as well. Jane Griffin in the 45.
Man, that took out a lot of quality trucks.
Another playoff driver, Todd Gillen. Boy, it has been a tough night on the playoff guys.
Man, that left front's not going to hold much air much longer, but man, the whole thing got stacked up off of 4, but then halfway down the front straightaway, it looked like the Ford truck popped out of gear. I don't know. There's going to be a lot of investigating that we've got to do to get to the bottom of this.
Ankrum.
The fuck happened there?
Well, the only good news, I guess, if you, I know there's going to be some that are going to see this as good news, namely the guys who drive the 18 and the 21 trucks.
Well,
Chandler Smith and Zane Smith.
And Carson Hosen.
Oh, there we go. It's back.
We know what a mighty
It's
struggle
back.
it's been, and he's just
It's
kept
back.
his nose clean.
It's
And
back.
He's seeing some
Yo,
of
it's
his
back.
contenders, Regan, have some issues like the
4 of John Hunter.
Well, Michael, you mentioned the issues. He came off at turn 4, and the truck actually shut off on him. He said he was at full throttle. All of a sudden, it went to 0 RPM. He cycled the power on that truck, was able to get it to come right back on. Obviously, though, we see the carnage that happened behind him because of that. Still scratching their head just a little bit as to what took place.
Timing and scoring is back.
And heavy damage to the back end of that Ford truck as well.
East
Could have been worse, though. He's fortunate that it was no worse than that. As there's Ankrum out of the truck.
This is John Hunter getting in the back of Ben Rhodes. It looks like no problem yet. And then down the front, right there.
Yeah, right there.
And that's why Ankrum got turned. I think Gillen was right on the back of Ankrum, wouldn't you say? And when he let off to keep him running over the Ford truck of Nemechek, that started this mess.
Yeah, and it's nobody's fault. I mean, it's the whole accordion effect. But man, nobody's expecting a truck to just die in the middle of the straightaway. Wow, and there was something else way back as well. About 10 trucks back.
A couple of those trucks. Nice job by Green Finger slipping through that.
Crazy. That's real speed.
Sauter also right in the middle of the mess was able to get through it.
On board with Chandler Smith.
Saw it get big. Got hit from behind and turned into the outside fence. Crazy. He was 40 laps down.
Well, look at this damage on the 38 of Gilliland. So let's talk about some of these playoff guys that have had problems tonight. Chandler Smith went to the garage early, ended up being more than 30 laps down before he came back out. Zane Smith, DNF. You've got, we saw Gilliland on pit road with heavy damage. Austin Hill, they're working on this truck right here. Another playoff contender, heavy damage.
Add Carson Hocevar to that list, Vince. We just saw him driving down the front straightaway without his left front fender. So that's, we got 10 playoff guys. You just named half of them that have had serious issues. This truck, I don't think will continue. The left front wasn't even rolling.
That steam's usually not really a good sign either. That means it's overheating beyond its capacity, water temperature. Oh my, it's very
major developments with 45 to go in this race.
These guys are just trying to clear away some of the splitter area and the whole front end assembly, but that one's going to be a rough fix.
I agree. I don't think they're going to be able to do much with the 38 or the 16.
The 16 might be able to go back out and make one more lap and try to jump in front of these guys and finishing position.
Playoff drivers that weren't involved or haven't had a problem tonight. Creed, who's won both stage 1 and stage 2. Matt Crafton has been good. Rhodes, clean so far, and Stuart Friesen.
That's about it.
Yep.
Shorter.
4 of 10. You know, that's why they spent 100-some laps fixing the 18 truck. Just in case something went crazy like this, they could take advantage and try to help them in the playoffs. And I think their effort is going to be rewarded.
Hey, put us inside the driver's seat here. What, as a driver, and this is going on if you're in a Todd Gilliland or Austin Hill situation, what are you thinking? What's your mindset about what you're going to do moving forward and how you're going to handle this situation?
I mean, first step is you're like, really? This is the first race in the playoffs. Why does everything have to come crashing down right now? And when you're
this is gonna be a fun playoffs battle.
You're sitting there going, okay, well, let's try to get back out. Let's not lose too many laps. And you're almost trying to coach the crew on what you think is the biggest issue from the vehicle. But really, it's
I've heard it all before, at least a million times.
I think that you have to also at times.
What time is it in Madison, Illinois?
Your team and your crew chief, your spotter needs to work on the driver. Everybody's in this together.
Oh yeah, they're an hour
have to
behind.
turn the page, and say,
It's almost midnight here, but it's 11.
So we got a bit of a reset. I know it's terrible that we've had this issue, but a lot lot of people have as well, we can overcome this.
Yeah, at least you're not alone, right?
Right. Yep. And if it's holding water and it's holding oil, just get back out there. and try to make
Sheena,
some laps.
are you enjoying your
when the race
nap?
started, Chandler Smith was felt like the Lone Ranger. I'm in the playoffs and I'm already broken. This is terrible. And you just keep on trucking along because you never know when something like this can happen, and it puts you back into contention. Here are the drivers.
This race has been crazy. Yeah, they just got back timing and scoring, which I'm very grateful for. That was rough. That was rough not having that.
Had a great run. He's got a clean truck as well. Derek Krause in that Napa truck.
And that huge crash.
Napa belt hoses. John Hunter's got his back end caved.
I'm surprised we didn't stop the race for that
He will
crash.
still be competitive. Is that a trailer hitch on the back? Oh no.
Look at Todd Gilliland. Holy shit.
Gilliland's back out there with that mess.
That's awesome.
I wish Tuesdays were easier.
Band practice, soccer, whatever that is, Nathan is working on. Nobody has time to cook, but the big dinner box from Pizza Hut is the answer. 2 pizzas, wings, breadsticks. It's the easy way to feed the whole family in one box.
My youngest wants to start tap dancing.
Did you hear me, Gary? This saves time. You let that girl tap. You let that girl tap. The big dinner box, only from Pizza Hut. No one else Pizza Hut.
Every customer has their own Safe Light story. This couple loves camping adventures, and their SUV is always there with them. So when their windshield got a chip, they wanted it fixed fast. They drove to Safe Light Auto Glass for a guaranteed same-day in-shop repair. We repaired the chip before it could crack, and with their insurance, it was no cost to them.
Really?
That's service you can trust when you need it most.
Austin, you still watching?
Finding new routes to reach your customers and new ways for them to reach you is what business is all about. It's what the United States Postal Service has always been about. So as your business changes, we're changing with it, with e-commerce that runs at the speed of now. Next day and 2-day shipping nationwide, same-day shipping across town, returns right from the doorstep, and deliveries 7 days a week. It's a whole new world out there.
Sheena.
Let's not keep it waiting.
Sheena. Bitch. Don't ask dog.
PNC Bank believes that if a pair of goggles can help your backhand get better, then your bank should help you budget even better. Virtual Wallet is so much more than a checking account. Its low cash mode feature gives you at least 24 hours of extra time to help you avoid an overdraft fee.
You see that?
Virtual Wallet with low cash mode from PNC Bank. One way we're making a difference.
The Kentucky Fried Chicken Sandwich with brioche buns, mayo, pickles, and a quarter-pound filet as far as the eye can see. Get comfy, it's gonna be a while. This thing's huge. Get the Kentucky Fried Chicken Sandwich for just $3.99. It's finger-licking good.
Welcome back to the Toyota 200, presented by CK Power. By what? CK Power.
Gotcha. The lighting power.
Yes. I think we got our timing and scoring back, Vince. I think it reset at midnight.
We just had to get to the next day before I think somebody put more money in the meter.
Things are shaping up.
Yeah.
Yeah,
We've got lights on, we've got timing and scoring, we've got trucks rolling.
This is good. We're gonna have a good end of this race. I'm excited.
Big accident, though, involving some of our championship hopefuls, and it has damaged their hopes for tonight, anyway. Drivers like that 16 of Austin Hill, the 38 of Todd Gilliland.
You know what's interesting? Sometimes after the first race, the points get clearer, but I think after this one, they're just going to get more confusing and tighter. Someone's
Austin.
trying to win this race and lock themselves into the next round, obviously, but there's 6 trucks that could be in a 6-way tie.
I have a Kit Kat. King
I'm
size.
impressed with these guys the most, though. I thought they were going to get it fixed and enough to stay at minimum speed, but right now they're back in there trying to repair Gilliland's truck, but they came a long way in a short amount of time.
Stuart Friesen has tasted victory. You can see him there, the 3rd spot. We know how aggressive he and Ben Rhodes are. This is getting good.
Final stage, when they take the green, there will be 40 to go. This is the opening race of the 7 playoff races, the Camping World Truck Series postseason. Marching our way toward Phoenix and the championship race on November 5th. The winner tonight guarantees himself a position. If he's one of those 10 playoff drivers, guarantees himself a position in the second round. Like Crafton split the tires a little bit, but Friesen couldn't jump on him. Rhodes outside of Crafton. Creed gets off for the lead.
Good Derek Krauser on the outside of Friesen. Oh.
Infinger didn't go. Now the hood is up on the front. He's trying to avoid disaster, and others trying to get
Okay.
They turned the lights off on him. It's a little dark.
That's going to be a caution.
Break for Infinger.
I might bring out a yellow because he cannot see anything.
Still green as Creed crosses the line. Has Rhodes and Crafton in tow.
What else are we going to get to see tonight? This is great. It's going to be back in the booth.
Grant's hood is up.
We are calling
Can't see shit. He literally does. How does he managing this? How can you do this without
This is a
seeing?
big restart. This is 40 to go. This is where you expect the players to really start to shine on who's going to be running the best lap times and who's going to assert themselves on offense to start making some passes. And there you go. John Hunter Nemechek, with all that damage, is still right there hounding Krause for that position.
George Friesen got around Krause down in 3 and 4, jumped up to the 4th spot as he zeroes in on this battle between Crafton and Rhodes. I mean, Crafton said, darn, I thought I'd done away with Ben Rhodes, and drove away from him, but on that restart, Rhodes did a nice job on the top side, reading that 2nd position back.
Well, I tell you what, with the night John Hunter Nemechek has had, and still to be in that 6th position and have himself an opportunity to obviously finish in the top 5, maybe even have a chance to win this race. Well, it's one of those races you look back on and say that was a big night, because that could have gone south in a hurry, but they have managed to make something good out of it.
That's where you got to be ready for anything and everything in the playoffs. And right now, he's digging, trying to get back into P5, running up the top 5. Makes the pass down.
That is for 5th.
Right behind that battle, Johnny Sauter starting to show a little bit of speed. See him there, just ahead of Chase Purdy.
Oh, that's a stretch. There we go.
Other competitors had issues, but he's
had to lock my door.
So it's been a good run for him.
So no intruders come in.
Issue last year and finished last here, but otherwise,
Even though the lock is not very secure. Like anybody could just push it down. Austin came in, said one thing, then dipped.
Coming over to crew chief his truck, while his normal crew chief, Joe Shear Jr., longtime crew chief, moved over to Ty Majeski's 66. Will that be a permanent change? TBD on that one, but it's been another good run for Sauter here tonight. Just behind this battle with.
I find it hilarious that Johnny Sauter is not in the playoffs. Like, that's just really good. Like, that's one really good thing to come from this year.
Outside the top 15. He's made his way up to the top 10, and there's Josh Berry.
And I don't think you get how big of a deal that is to me.
And Haley Deegan in the 1 may be contending for her first top 10 of the season.
She is, and she's surrounded by Grays. Tanner, Taylor.
Yep, Taylor's in the 17 and Tanner's in the 15. They're all running right there. Now, see what I'm starting to see? This is after 2 adjustments on their trucks, right? That's about what you would get done in a real practice session. And now you're seeing different trucks moving forward. That's the whole thing. Like, if you're missing practice, you finally start getting your truck dialed in that final stage.
Going to break with just over 30 to go, but you're not going to miss a thing. Going to keep it side by side, and you'll keep an eye on the leader, Sheldon Creed.
At Toyota's national sales event, we don't just help you get the perfect vehicle.
Ugh.
We are here to open new doors
You're welcome.
that lead to your road to greatness.
That must have been sexy.
Your journey starts at Toyota's national sales event.
Toyota. Let's go places.
I imagine that turned you guys on.
PNC
So,
Bank
you're
believes
welcome.
that if a pair of goggles can help your backhand get better, then your bank
Oh,
should
someone's
help you budget
got.
get
That's
better.
John Nemechek. He has trouble.
Virtual
He
wallet
looks like he's getting to pit road though, but
its low cash mode feature gives you at least 24
that is
hours
not
of
what we
extra time to
expected
help
from
you avoid an
tonight.
overdraft fee.
It's been a terrible night for my man John
Virtual
Hunter.
wallet with low cash mode from PNC Bank. One way we're making a difference.
Reggie Bush used to eat breakfast somewhere else. Then he tried Wendy's breakfast. Now we can't get rid of him.
Can you believe this breakfast croissant is only $1.99?
Yeah, Reggie. I put the sign up. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's.
I am sweet. The taste, the smell. It's winning, and there's nothing quite like it. And now, a win is even sweeter, because a win means you move on. That much closer to playoffs glory. I am what we do this for. To be remembered forever as champion. I am the NASCAR Camping World Truck Series playoffs. I am NASCAR.
Saturday, it's a star-studded showdown on FS1. Here we go. First, in the Bronx, Judge and Stanton lead a reloaded Yankees lineup against Donald and the Twins.
Woo.
Then, the explosive punch of a
Oh, John Nemechek's going to the garage. He's done.
against Bellinger and the Dodgers. Coverage begins Saturday, June 8th on FS1 and Fox Sports app.
I am tradition, passed down from the families that race to the ones that watch us every weekend. I am NASCAR.
The championship favorite with big problems, John Hunter Nemechek. His night started off rocky, and it has fallen off the cliff at this point. He has gone behind the wall, and Regan, it's not good.
And Vincent's absolutely correct. He actually went into turn one the lap before he came down pit road. Said something broke down the backstretch after he had something break into turn one. The left front tire went flat. They came in to change tires. Got the tire off, realized the brake rotor on the left front of this truck had broken in half. Bigger issues than what they needed. They had to go behind the wall to fix it. A very tough break for the driver that's dominated the regular season.
Huge problems. You can come off two there, and you'll see.
Yeah, he knew it right away. And again, like this oval here, this is 1.25 miles, tight turns 1 and 2, gives you that road course type of braking down into the corner. And we're seeing brake issues on Zane Smith's truck. We're now seeing brake issues on John Nemechek's truck.
Oh, John Nemechek's coming back out. All right.
Like the points just keep shuffling around. Like this is
I guess it wasn't a DNF.
Which dice is going to get rolled next?
And the good news is they are able to send him back out.
They probably just capped off that brake line, right, Michael?
Yep, took care of that corner, and he'll go out at a reduced pace, but certainly a lot of people running around wounded. He can stay ahead of them.
Sheldon Creed continues.
Well, so far, John Hunter Nemechek is in front of Austin Hill and Todd Gilliland in the playoffs as playoff driver, and Zane Smith, Chandler Smith. So I agree with that decision to not just DNF.
You've been cleared for medical. You were working your way through the top 10, but then that big accident happened. What did you see from your seat?
I'm not sure exactly what happened. All I really saw was the fork check up, and then everybody was trying to miss him. Obviously, took out a lot of good trucks. That was certainly disappointing. We had a really fast iRacing.com Toyota Tundra. Thought we had a good chance, had a good run, maybe a top 5. The restarts went our way, maybe had a chance at Kentucky for the win, but just a shame, just really disappointed.
Haley Deegan, P11, that's something. I love it. I hope she can get a top 10.
Tough break. He had a good run going, and just stuff came out of nowhere to hit him.
Chandler Smith.
Thrown at us tonight.
Hey, we'll make up a spot on Zane Smith because Chandler Smith is back out on track.
Hunter's back on the track. I talked about running at a reduced pace, about 2 seconds slower than the leaders last time by, but he scored in the 24th position, so hanging ahead of some guys.
You subscribed, I'm the best. Well, thank you. You're the best for thinking I'm the best.
Already taking some rear end damage as well, and there's that broken rotor.
Smoke some weed.
Yeah, that's crazy. I mean, you would expect nothing but quality pieces from Kyle Busch Motorsports to go on a points-leading truck. And here we are. You know, you have all these heat cycles with restarts, the big red flag with the power delay. Everybody's trying to run as much tape as possible to create the downforce. And
keep it up.
The rotors just
you know what? I appreciate that.
Temperature, heating and cooling.
There's the playoff standings as they run in the pylon there at the bottom left.
Remember earlier, Vince, Chandler Smith in the 18 was 42 points below the 8th position in points. Shutting the engine off now for some reason, is that right?
I knew we weren't done yet with crazy stuff.
Chandler Smith is I think you should just pass Zane Smith and then maybe pull it back in the garage.
I hope they got one now. The whole engine shut off again.
I don't know. I mean, Todd Gilliland's out. Looks like you could gain the spot on him.
I mean, that's a heavy way to save some fuel. Maybe they're going to work on a little project there.
Sheldon Creed will come across it when he does pass the line. 20 to go. Our Camping World 20 to go for Worldwide Technology Raceway. Our playoff opener, we've had a little bit of everything tonight, including a power outage. Was that what he been at red flag? That was yesterday, man. Yes, it was. Yes, it was. Quite accurately stated.
This battle has lasted for 2 days, and they've been at it just like that.
Man, I'm really tired of seeing one another with this.
These broadcasters clearly don't understand time zones.
Kurt, you've done this before. You chase a guy, and you just...
Because it's still yesterday
on his back tailgate, and you're like, I'm tired
where
of
they're
reading that
racing.
word. I think I got to get around this cat.
How about Stuart Priest and Regan? What a solid night it's been for the Hallmark camp.
Yeah, Vince, this has certainly been one of the best runs for this truck, not only this season, but in quite some time. You talk about the points that we just showed a minute ago. A lot of times drivers this early on don't want to know anything about points, but on the most recent caution, when we piled up so many trucks, they got on the radio, told Stuart Priest in the situations that we know how much you want to win this race, but keep in mind the big picture here. A number of our competitors are struggling and having issues tonight. We need to finish off this race and get a good result for the point situation going into Darlington. That's what he's doing right now.
That's for sure. John Hunter Nemechek, Austin Hill, Todd Gilliland, Zane Smith, Carson Hocevar, Chandler Smith, playoff drivers that have all had issues of one sort or another tonight. No problems for that guy so far. Sheldon Creed continues to march on from the front.
Make this the summer you taught them what it means to serve. The summer of hauling happiness by the ton and bringing home hardware by the handful, where traditions were passed down on the tailgate. And the only thing more powerful than the feeling was the truck that took you to it. Make this the summer of Ram.
Right now, get 0% financing for 72 months, plus no monthly payments for 90 days on the 2021 Ram 1500.
Band practice, soccer, whatever that is, Nathan is working on. Nobody has time to cook, but the big dinner box from Pizza Hut is the answer. 2 pizzas, wings, breadsticks. It's the easy way to feed the whole family in one box.
You don't become the official partner of MLB and Nascar if you aren't the strongest and the fastest. Blue Emu's unique formula with emu oil offers relief when you're training to win. Blue Emu Super Strength. It works fast and you won't stink. Official partner of MLB and NASCAR.
You'll have to see it to believe it. Whoever said that must have been talking about Talladega. It's a place where chaos mixes with speed, where a town turns into a city, and a weekend becomes a lifetime of memories. It's a tradition like no other, at a track like no other. And after it's all over, you still won't believe it ever happened.
Man, that was wild.
NASCAR at Talladega, October 2nd through the 3rd. Get your tickets now at TalladegaSuperspeedway.com.
Saturday on Fox, Lucas Celebrayon and the Columbus Crew
take on Raul Ruiz-Diaz and the Seattle Sounders. Saturday at 5:30 Eastern on Fox. All part of the Fox Sports Summer of Soccer. Tucker Carlson Originals. Now, Tucker uncovers the mystery of UFOs.
They've been well documented by our government for many years.
It's enough to make your jaw hit the floor.
New episode of Tucker Carlson Originals streaming now, exclusively on Fox Nation.
I am what we do this for, to be remembered forever as champion. I am the NASCAR Camping World Truck Series playoffs. I am NASCAR.
Crowd. Matt Crafton continues his pursuit of Ben Rhodes and Sheldon Creed. Crafton running third.
Well, Sheldon Creed better fucking win, because if he doesn't, that means that Ben Rhodes or Matt Crafton wins, and I'll fucking shoot myself. If Ben Rhodes wins, I'll shoot myself. If Matt Crafton wins, I'll just be like, alright. But like, it just won't be nice.
Creed has been dominant tonight. He won stage 1, he won stage 2. Fourth time in his career that he'd swept the first 2 stages, but in the previous 3, he had not been able to finish the deal.
Something's wrong with this 19 truck, Vince. He fell out of the top 10. Moved Taylor Gray and Haley Deegan up into the top 10. Jamie, what happened to Krause?
Derek brought the truck to pit lane with a broken wheel, so they had to change a tire, so that took him out of that top 10 contention.
I've been live for 3.5 hours.
That's unfortunate. But that moves Haley Deegan into the top 10. That would be her first career top 10 finish.
What about just ahead of her, Taylor Gray?
Yep.
3 hours and 36 minutes, and an hour and 57 minutes of it has been racing.
Earlier this season, and she's heating.
It was the pre-race and then the red flag.
Yeah, she's been stuck behind him for a while, trying to hound him and trying to find a way by. She's going to look to the high side 1 and 2.
That was the
straightaway. Right there. This is a
non-racing part.
Capitalize on others' mistakes and builds the confidence up, just like she was talking about.
I'm getting pretty high.
Jamie with Todd Gilliland.
Obvious frustrations for Todd Gilliland out of the race tonight, but your crew was able to get you back out there, turn a couple more laps. What was the final ending to the race tonight? What caused it?
I think we just ran out of time on the damaged vehicle, flawlessly clogged, so I ended up blowing the right front. On my lap, I was trying to beat minimum speed, so just too big of a wreck. I hit the inside wall really hard. I don't even know what happened, really. I was pushing the guy in front of me, and then everyone scattered, and I was going to run in the back of somebody, and I ran in the back of him and smoked. So just so disappointing. Just gut-wrenching, really, for my old Front Row Motorsports team. That's a really nice truck. The wheels tore up, and just really struggled. We were back in the pack anyway. We couldn't fire off on restarts, and I mean, really, that was my best restart all night. Was at the end we made a lot of big changes on that last pit stop. So just like I said, super gut-wrenching, but can't thank Crossing Brands for everyone at Front Row Motorsports enough. You know, this obviously really hurts our championship run, but still a lot of time left, and we'll go try and win Darlington.
7th as they run right now for Todd Gilliland.
Yeah, the good news for Gilliland, and certainly disappointing that so many of the other championship contenders have had problems tonight as well. So it could have been worse, that's for sure. As you watch Ben Rhodes in second, but still over a couple of seconds behind Sheldon Creed, and Rhodes will try to hold on to Matt Crafton for that runner-up position. And a chance can't make a move on Creed. Really, what these guys need right now is a caution to have a shot, I think, at Sheldon Creed. There's Hocevar in the 42.
He has done a nice job, Vince. Really
Yeah, I respect Carson Hocevar tonight.
got involved in the crash. He's currently in the 12th position on the lead.
Even though I was about to insult him earlier, it was going to be really fucked up.
Gilliland was, he'll look at the point standings. He's
cool.
going to look at the results of this race, and he'll be
No, he's in the
encouraged.
playoffs. I didn't know that.
You know, I'm not the only guy that has problems. I'm still in a good spot to make it to the next round.
Dude's got to get his first win if he's like a real thing.
Going on, you think the world's ending, and then you get back to North Carolina or wherever the race shop is, and look at some points, and you go, all right, okay, we're still in this. And it's just like Hocevar right now. I mean, he was down on himself and the team as tight as they were, and the handling was off, but they've got a Band-Aid on their truck, and they might bring it home 12th.
Matt Austin still reads the back Bombardier sign on that 99 truck as he's done most all night.
He's gonna close his eyelids and see Bombardier.
There's Osamar trying to get around.
Oh shit! There we go. There's a caution.
That's going to be the caution that, wait, if he gets it going, Crafton, if he gets it going, oh, they're going to keep it up.
Oh, there we go.
I was going to say, Spud.
I still put the yellow out too early.
Look at that.
This is about to get exciting.
Can't believe it.
We may as well throw in a green-white checker tonight, just because.
Yes, I agree.
Just what Rhodes and Crafton, Friesen, they all needed it if they were going to have a shot.
Isn't that great? He doesn't even have to say any words if we know what he's thinking.
Just for your thoughts.
He's just like, no way that just happened.
Stoic. Like a champ right now. Mikey, weren't you saying something off air that we might end up interviewing the winner?
Yeah, Fox and Friends in the morning.
Just a couple hours.
Oh, wow, man. You can tune in to Fox and Friends in the morning, and we'll see you see Sheldon Creed there. But before we do that, this baby isn't over yet. We've got to restart, and we've seen a little bit of everything.
Yeah, let's go, Sheldon. That's a weird name.
Tanner Gray got loose.
Yep, he was trying to pull to the inside and get out of the way, and then, yeah, something was wrong with that truck.
He got into the wall.
Yeah, this night went by fast.
Kosovar was able to slip on by and keep on.
That delay felt long, but also in a way it felt fast.
Currently in 11th, so nice recovery for Kosovar in that team.
Well, and it's been said already tonight, but I'm gonna say it again. We've seen everything else. Why not have a crazy finish when it looked like it was just going to be business as usual for Sheldon Creed, picking him up and laying him down, and now instead it's going to be an overtime shootout.
This is awesome.
It is that.
Love it.
I mean, isn't it? I mean, it's just the way racing works.
I think
right?
Sheldon wins
Guys
still.
That,
but I think Ben Rhodes could also be a fuck twat and just wreck him. Which, I mean, I guess I wouldn't really... Can't be too mad about. All right, Derek.
We've watched and we've called enough truck races.
Derek Kraus just sitting on track. All right.
They're going to throw it at him. You know, they're going to throw everything they have down into turn one. If they slip and bump somebody, they don't really care. This is NASCAR truckers at their best, and these guys are going to be all over the two truck of Sheldon Creed.
And there's no decision about pit stops or coming in to pit at this point because we're under the modified pit policy and procedures here. And so nobody's going to be coming to pit road. They're just going to line up and restart for overtime. Overtime for the 5th time this season.
I like it. That they're going to line up on 50-lap-old tires. That just makes the task even that much more of a challenge.
And there's our overtime rules, and it is the 2-lap shootout. They'll take the green and come around, and if the leader takes the white, well, the next flag, whether it's the caution or the checkered flag, will end the race. If the leader doesn't get back to get the white flag and the caution comes out, we just re-rack them and do it again. And
didn't we do that?
That's where you hope to end up, victory lane right there.
Didn't we do that about 5 or 6 times here one night?
I think it was when the first green-white checker was implemented.
And then they decided they better adjust that after that night.
We should go to 3.
Downstairs to Regan.
Well, Vince, this is where it gets high pressure, not only for the drivers, but the crew chiefs as well. I hear you talking to your driver about this final restart on the radio. What do you tell Ben Rhodes right now on this last restart?
The biggest thing I'm telling him, he's done a great job all night, and with everything that's happened with all the playoff trucks, we're looking at a big picture right now, trying to get a good finish, solid finish. Us and the 88 both have really solid trucks, so hopefully one of the 4 trucks can win this thing tonight.
And Rhodes crew chief Rich Lush is very calm right now in the pits. Jamie?
We've already seen the expression on the face of Jeff Sikowitz as we're getting ready for this green-white checker. You brought out a dominating brand-new race truck. What do you tell Sheldon about bringing it home to the checkered flag?
You know, when it comes to this last restart, I wouldn't want anybody else but Sheldon Creed restarting for us. We've never restarted tonight with this many laps on the tires, so I think a lot of guys could fight tire spin as well as us. So, but he's the man when it comes to restarts. He always makes it happen. So I feel good about it. I just told him to make sure he doesn't run over any debris out there from that wreck and make sure he keeps tires clean. And I know he can do it.
I know he can do it too, but it's going to be fun watching to see how he does it.
All of them. I mean, everybody has a challenge in front of them.
This has been a night to remember. Start the playoffs.
Kurt, he mentioned restarting on the older tires. What's your experience with that lately? How do these Goodyear tires hook up? You've done this before, you stayed out late on older tires. How do they hook up?
There's almost like a percentage rating that our team was trying to come up with. Like, we stayed out at Indianapolis a couple weeks ago on one of the restarts at the end, and we had 15 laps on our tires. At a road course, that's a lot. On an oval like this with 50 laps on your tires, you're now at like 30% grip level versus 100% that you would have out of stickers. So when you're down that much of a percentage grip level, it's very easy to spin the tires going through the gears, and then when you drive down into one, you're going to be sliding way more than you expect. And so these guys have their work cut out for them, because normally, if they had tires in their pit crew, they'd have come in for stickers.
And so when you say 30% or whatever grip level they're done, all they can do is just try to squeeze the gas down instead of just jumping on it. Is that sort of the mentality? How do you get all that power down?
Yep, you got to just hit it just right. Have the minimum amount of tire spin, and you're hooking it up as best as you can, and then get it shifted before you hit the rev chip, and just try to accelerate and beat the other guy.
It was an interesting picture just a moment ago. The crew chief for the 99 and the crew chief for the 88, both Thor Sport teams having a little conversation, making sure they're on the same page for this restart, probably deciding where they want to go when they reach the choose.
Okay, this is going to be very interesting.
Not for Crafton, and Friesen fills in that gap, and then it should just kind of split.
So how about Rhodes, the second one in line? He chose the outside, and Crafton third in line, went to the inside.
I would have done what Crafton did, but I think that all has to do with what Kurt just explained, the percentage level of grip in these tires and what these teams have instructed their drivers to do. I'm surprised Ben went to the top. Are you, Kurt?
Not necessarily, because the goal is to be with the most momentum off of turn 2. It's not necessarily how you drive down into 1, it's how you keep your momentum off of 2 with these old tires, and that way you can try to get in front. But let's go down to Regan. He's got some pit crew action.
It's going to be something.
Well, Kurt, just add to what you guys are talking about. Ben Rhodes has been complaining about for the last 10 laps that truck being on the splitter too hard. I think that played a factor in him taking the outside lane. Didn't want to be on the bottom if it gets on that splitter when he charges down into turn 1.
Yep, it would get on the splitter and it would shove the truck straight right up into the outer groove to the other truck. So there's all kinds of plays going on here, and then we might even see the accordion effect before they even get to the start finish line.
Well, and you heard Rich Licious, the crew chief, saying, have a good finish here. Keep big picture in mind. Want to win the race, but Rhodes and Crafton created.
All right, how are they going to fucking kill each other this time?
Now in overtime.
Oh, this was a slow restart. Crafton did a nice job on the bottom.
Okay, overtime for the win and the playoff opener.
Yeah, Sheldon.
Getting the jump on the outside. Crafton slips into that second spot. Rhodes in third.
You picked it, Mikey.
Yeah, damn right, Sheldon. You show him.
Nice job by the veteran Crafton.
You fucking show him,
Tailgate of the two trucks.
Mr. Sir.
So strong he drives away.
Creed has had the fastest truck all night, and he starts to gap Matt Crafton a little bit. Give himself a bit of a cushion. The white flag is out. The next flag will end in caution or checkers.
Haley Deegan in a tight battle back there with Jack Wood, Hayward Gray, all for the top 10, and they get together.
Oh shit, someone's in the wall. A 40 car. Ryan Truex.
Sheldon Creed.
But Sheldon's gonna fucking do it because he's like a badass. He just doesn't give a fuck. He's just gonna like fuck your girlfriend. He's just gonna, you're gonna deal with it. It's Sheldon.
Back to back and worldwide technology.
Damn right, bro.
For Sheldon Creed.
Sheldon done did it.
Impressive performance to kick off the playoffs. Great job.
Wow. What a textbook display of dominance. Got out front, had to survive that late restart and look at the jubilation. You know what they're thinking, Vince? Last year we won St. Louis. What did we do? We went and won a championship. That's the type of momentum this team is looking for.
And that delivers him automatically into the second round of the playoffs. So he'll go to Darlington and, of course, the third and final race of round 1 at Bristol. knowing that he's going to round 2 regardless of what happens at Darlington and Bristol. And of course, Darlington is a track he has won at this year.
Wasn't his interview earlier great? He's just like, I love where I'm at right now. It feels like last year all over again, and he hadn't felt that way, Kurt. The team just have struggled a bit throughout the season. Brought a new truck here. He loves it. And Sheldon Creed. Do you now make him the favorite for the championship, or are you going to stick with John Hunter?
You know, I love a good battle. That's what I'm going to say. I think John Hunter's had a magnificent regular season. They had a tough break tonight, but Creed, it looks like the old Creed that we saw last year. So it's going to be a good battle all the way down to the end.
Hey, congratulations to Haley Negan, by the way, finishing a career best 7th tonight.
And the same for Chase Purdy. What a great run for him in the 23 truck.
This is awesome.
Only 4 women
to see Sheldon win. Finally, the race is over. Yeah.
Did it previously. Did it at Daytona. All at Daytona. So it speaks to the performance.
Austin, what did you think of the race? Did you watch it?
7th place finish here tonight. Well done, young lady. And the celebration is on for GMS. Sheldon Creed.
Sheldon won. It's a good thing. You watched some of it? Did you watch the big crash? Did you watch the end? Sheena, who's a good girl? Because you're a good dog, that's why. I'm pretty high. I smoked.
I'm gonna need like 10 egg McMuffin sandwich things.
Night or the next morning.
Shooting the dog.
My McDonald's Rewards is for you. Now every order earns points redeemable for free McDonald's.
Don't harass Raffy. Don't harass Raffy. Don't harass Raffy, bitch.
Baby?
Daydreaming again?
Yo.
But I love you still. You know I'm driving, right?
Yeah, damn right.
You're right. You get it. Geico Motorcycle. 15 minutes to save 15% more.
RV ready to go? Water. We waiting
Pretty
for
good race, but the shenanigans made the race infamous. It doesn't feel like it was only 2 hours. Well, it was actually like 3.5 hours.
Get you back on the road. Good Sam roadside assistance covers all your vehicles.
Well, no, it was like
Your jump start is
3 hours.
free of charge. What? Make every trip a good trip. Good Sam. Everything you need to have a good trip.
Something like that.
Finding new routes to reach your customers and new ways for them to reach
Sheena
you
the dog.
is what business is all about. It's what the United States Postal Service has always been about. So as your business changes, we're changing.
Because it's 12:39 where I'm at, or 12:38, and till 11:38 there. Started at 8:10.
Returns right from the doorstep. And deliveries
It was like
7
3
days
hours
in.
and 28
It's a whole
minutes
new
in
world out
total.
there. Let's
But then if you don't count the red flags and all that shit.
Is there a natural litter that actually works?
At Tidy Cats,
It was also fucking annoying how the timing and scoring wasn't working for like a grand part of the race.
100% natural, 100% powerful. There's a Tidy Cats for that.
That was a problem and a half.
This copyrighted telecast may not be reproduced, retransmitted, or used in any form without the authorized written consent of Nascar Broadcasting. Nascar would like to thank all of our fans for your support, and we hope you enjoyed today's broadcast.
Well, if you stayed up with us, we appreciate it. Took a little longer than we were expecting, but Sheldon
the doggins
withstood overtime and still managed to get it done, and the celebration is on. Yeah, a lot of fireworks in this one tonight, but eventually
Yeah, Sheldon, baby. Woo, yeah, give him the flag, Sheldon, because you're the man. Yeah, I love Sheldon.
to advance automatically. John Hunter, Nemechek, Ben Rhodes. Nemechek had problems tonight. Rhodes and Crafton, really nice performances tonight. Rhodes finished third tonight. Crafton was the runner-up. Stuart Friesen with a good, strong night tonight as well.
I said Sheldon was going to win the race.
Gilliland's
And I was
Chambers
right
have all
sheep.
trouble this evening. What do you think Hocevar would have said at that interview?
And he dominated. He led 142 of 163 laps.
Around him. Look at that young man.
He
That's
literally
why you come out to
dominated the
races, you get
fucking
rewarded
race.
with a checkered flag for the winner. That is awesome.
Crafton was the runner-up, as mentioned. He's with Regan.
Well, big smiles for Matt Crafton as he gets out of the truck tonight. I know it wasn't the win that you have wanted here so badly. Second place, though, a great night. A number of your competitors having trouble.
Baby.
Yeah, definitely good points tonight and all in all. I mean, they knew we were here. I mean, we drove from 10th to get to second. Just needed a little bit more. Catch up to 2 and 2 was really, really good. But all in all, I mean, can't thank these guys for working as hard as they did here lately. I mean, they have worked their butts off. Went back through all the notebooks away from 20, 19, 18. We went back to the old school stuff, and I guess it still works here.
Sometimes the old school stuff works for old guys. Also, no cool box
Old.
tonight. Nice job.
He's
without
old.
that. You still look pretty fresh. We're going to walk right over here to Matt's teammate, Ben Rhodes.
He's doing the grid walk after the race.
For the majority of this race, Ben, you get away with a third place finish. When it's all said and done, looked like it just got a little too tight at the end of the race for you. But all in all, a very solid night.
Yeah, that's definitely the case. We got a few issues going on with the truck on the front end, so we know what we were fighting. We'll go back and do our homework and make it better, though. But overall, I'm really happy with our Bombardier 800. I mean, it was fast from the get-go, and they made good improvements on it so that I could hang with them on the final stage of the race. But I gotta say, Matt Crafton was driving me hard. That was the hardest I've driven in
Fuck
a
you,
while.
Ben.
Like, my tongue was hanging out for, I don't know, like 100 laps.
All right, nice job tonight, Ben. Congrats.
I
Let's get
fucking
to
hate
Jamie now with the winners.
And it's
All right.
Creed now
The
climbs
fucking
out
winner of the
number
race.
2. It was a dominating
Mr.
finish.
Sheldon.
Impressive is the word that's been thrown around down here
Mr.
in
Sheldon.
Victory Lane. Sheldon, we talked to Jeff Stankiewicz right before that green-white checker. He said
You
there
want
was nobody else
back-to-back
he wanted in
years
the truck.
here.
How were you able to dominate tonight?
Gosh, just my guys put together such a good truck. We've been working really hard all year. Obviously, we haven't had the speed at times, and I've made mistakes at times, but we just built this brand new truck. I feel like we've taken everything we've learned this year and just applied it. The Toyota's been really fast.
Tomorrow and Sunday is
They gave us a hot
Michigan.
rod today,
Yeah, it
and,
is. Did you
I
say you're
couldn't be happier. My
going to
teammate
those
showed me a
2
couple things
races?
when he got to the lead. The bottom was good on restarts, and then the top started coming in there at the end. And yeah, I love late race restarts. I didn't want it, but yeah, when it came out, I was just thinking all good, just focus and execute. So finally got lift kits for Les in Victory Lane, so we're happy for them. GMS Fabrication, GMS, all these guys right here, they work so hard.
No,
on this
you're
thing.
not.
Everyone that helps me out. This is huge.
You
Josh,
said
thank you
that.
so much, Scott Speed. I've had such a stressful month trying to find out what I'm going to do next year, and so many mixed emotions on what I'm going to do, or if I even have rides. So,
Dude, if you win the championship again, there's no way you don't have a ride. You went back-to-back fucking championships.
Of the 2021 playoffs, Vince.
He already has a one
He won this race a
championship.
year ago, and
He's
it's what
fucking,
propelled him to
he's
that
amazing.
championship. Can
He's
do it
Sheldon.
again this season. Off to a good start. How about this top 10? Johnny Sauter finishing 5th. Chase Purdy.
Yeah.
Haley Deegan with her career best finish. Austin Wayne Self. Jack Wood in the top 10.
I love it when folks
Haley Deegan got 7th.
overcome all the adversity, make their way. There's a big crash
That's
on the
awesome.
front straightaway. Haley Deegan was right in the middle of that wreck.
Too bad she
Made her
didn't
way
make the
through. All these
playoffs.
drivers are well deserving of the top 10.
Yeah, Austin Wayne Self was just hanging on to the tail end of the lead lap at the end of stage 2. And
Did he?
Top 10.
Yeah, career best finish for Purdy, career best finish for Deegan,
Career best finish to me
for Jack
punching
Wood.
the dog.
And the top
There you
fives
go,
have been
punching
few and
the
far
dog.
between for Johnny Sauter this season as well. In fact, he had just a couple of them, but we made the comment earlier that this has been a track he has had success in. He put it in the top 5 again tonight. But,
He's a cute
Sheldon
dog,
Creed,
you know.
Matt Crafton, Ben Rhodes, Stuart
She's
Freeze,
a
and your
good
playoff
dog,
drivers,
you know.
Carson Hocevar in the top 10.
She's a good
But
dog,
Creed,
you
the
know.
star of the show tonight, leading
You're a good dog,
142 laps. Dominant.
What about
Who's a good dog?
Motorsports? They got to be pretty happy with their crew chief changes. Johnny Sauter.
Who is a good dog, you
The
know,
way
sure.
Tom Majeski was running up front as well. So that organization with Matt Crafton second, they brought a lot of fast trucks. Rhodes in third. So watch for them to make some noise during the playoffs. That's a great run for that team.
Does it change your thought on who's
All right,
the
y'all.
favorite to win the championship?
I'm gonna end it here.
Tonight?
Well, this is a new trend.
Wait, we're about to
We
be at
saw
4
this
hours. I'm
young
gonna
man
end
get
it
on
at
a
4
roll
hours.
last year and win the championship. I made John
Alright,
Hunter
it's like
coming to this
seconds
race,
away.
this weekend, the clear-cut favorite.
Is that
I can't
right?
say that now. I think you got to put he
She
and
and the
Sheldon
dog.
on the
Do you
same
agree
level
with what
because
I'm
of the
saying?
performance we saw tonight out of the two.
What I saw is the same thing when you get to those flat 1 mile style tracks. Is the GMS trucks showed the strength again. You see
Alright,
the
guys.
resiliency in an old school
I'm
guy
ending
like
it here.
Rise
I want
up
to thank
and
you guys
be
for
great
watching. I
opportunities
might be
right now.
live tomorrow.
John Hunter
I
Nemechek
might be
and the
live
troubles they
late.
had,
I don't know.
let's not jump to
But I'll be live on
conclusions too quick.
Sunday.
We've got
Alright.
old school Darlington
Bye-bye,
coming up where
guys.
we know Creed